Hello, hello. Morning, friends. Oh, damn, nice. Now I can join you guys earlier in the morning because you shifted your times and we didn't in Turkey. It's a 1:45 here. You have 11:45, I believe. At least in Europe. Coffee is hot. Let's pull up the chat. Guys, last weekend no stream, of course, because we were in Paris. What an interesting place. Man, old Scribe would have never enjoyed traveling like this. Oh, my Chatterino is logged out. I need to re-log in. Okay. But I do see you guys in chat, and I do see Preach a Sub. What's he saying? This isn't France sludge. When's France sludge? What are you talking about, dude? France sludge already happened. Oh wait, am I here now? Yeah, okay, it works. Now I can see you on Chatterino. How are you doing, Preach? Long time we didn't do any sort of activity together, sir. I don't know. Gotta do some more stuff together. Last time we had the Final Fantasy raid versus each other. Okay, I mean, maybe the skill difference is too much, I don't know. But I see you playing a lot of Fellowship. Yeah, I don't know. Need to do some more activities. You didn't come to Paris either. I mean, I didn't organize it, but I don't know. How's your sleep? Well, I guess you don't know French. True. Okay, we did have French casters. Sleep was good. I went to bed early yesterday for the first time since a long time. Do you even play games anymore? I mean, once I'm out of React content, I do actually, yeah. It's like 3 hours a week. We did have a nice game night in the evening after some guild meeting, and we were playing 5v5 in-house league. ARAM. That was fun. I can invite you if you do play League. It'll be fun. Is Preach not playing with us anymore? Yeah, I don't think Preach is a WoW player. He plays, he mains Fellowship and Final Fantasy, I think. I don't know. Sounds like an invite for a cooking stream. Oh, yeah, I did want to do a cook-off as well versus Maris. That's what I had in mind. I don't know what the complications are, though. I've never done a cooking stream. But like, there are only very few things I can cook, but the things I do cook, I make good. You know what I mean? Although, yeah, it's hard to mess up food anyways. Food is just amazing. Get them kebabs out. That's right, dude. Okay, wait. I need to cleanse my PC, guys. I didn't do it yet. Oh my God. We're gonna go through Wowhead. Fuck it. We're gonna go through Wowhead and nice. And look at all the stuff like BlizzCon news and stuff. I didn't look at anything. I didn't even contact Blizzard for BlizzCon. Roger was messaging them because I think there's a high chance we might get invited to do some content. Okay. What's your go-to meal? Breakfast is always eggs for me, like some form of eggs, scrambled eggs, omelets, boiled eggs, always something, and then like mixed with, I don't know. But a really famous one here is, wait, I need to check this. Tomato paste and eggs, sujuk and eggs, cheese and eggs. But in the evening, what is my go-to meal, dude? Oh, dude, also actually back in the days, I used to love just bread and cheese. Like just give me bread and cheese and I'm gonna be fine. That was I would be saying that is my go-to meal for sure. Like, it also never upsets my stomach. I don't know, even though cheese is like lactose and stuff, but for some reason it doesn't bother me really. I used to, back in the days, old Scribe, when I was not married, I was living with my parents. They were gone, and we were like race war first thing or something. I didn't have time. I would literally just take bread and I would like slice it open and put some cheese in there and microwave it and just eat it like that. That was my go-to meal. It was really nice. I don't know. People might think it's bad, but some cheese is naturally lactose free. Yeah, I know while it becomes cheese, it loses some of that lactose, but I don't know, you know, which cheese has how much or whatever. Okay. Let's dive into the news. Alright, swooping through, ignoring this. November 7th hotfixes doesn't matter. Hints of the Burning Crusade anniversary pre-purchase packs found in MOP classic hotfix. Oh shit. Okay, I might play a Burning Crusade anniversary realm, maybe. I never raided on Burning Crusade. I would enjoy that, depending on what it overlaps with. List of 1% of housing decor items, currently 5. Wow, weekly, Legion Fall. Oh, so very few items are actually sold by the shop. True, that was a drama that that WoW is selling like housing items on the shop. I didn't think of that, actually. I didn't know this was like the meta. People were saying that was to be expected. I mean, if they can monetize housing, that's great for us, guys. You know, make all the money they want. I'm okay with it. I mean, WoW is very far from being a game that doesn't involve real life currency, so if you can buy BOEs with money, I don't mind if you can buy housing decor with money either. You know? Why one day it's like people being mad at IKEA. I mean, people are always mad at anything pay to win. It's just, I mean, the game has these aspects. It's nothing new, so I don't know. In the end, you can buy gold, and then with gold, you can buy boosts to get achievements and things anyways. Like, everything is a lie, bro. Just play the game without thinking about these things. The waste of energy. Wow, weekly, Legion of new Twitch drop. Yeah, I saw that weird Twitch drop. The frog farming of Legion Remix, Sentinex Infinite Power farming. Yeah, I kind of missed out on the Legion Remix stuff. I wanted to do the raids, but I guess I'm too late now. If I would play Legion Remix right now, would that be... Then again, I would rather play Midnight, guys. I don't know. There's not enough time to play both. I can always do more on Midnight. You're not too late? How long does it take to level up for the first time? Oh shit, wait. No, that AMD giveaway is over. Ah, sorry. I'll get that updated. Why did you actually get that message? Hold up, let me check something. That's really sus. Okay. AMD. Ah, I see. Okay, we disable that. Okay, try AMD again. Ah, I see. Okay. I got debated. Fixed title to be extra capitalized AMD for now. Bosses already die in 2 seconds. Really? Damn. That's not great. Are they actually dying like really quickly? Yeah. Because I saw like some Kill Jaden posts and stuff. I was like, damn, doing Kill Jaden now, progressing it a bit would be actually fun. I have a lot of stories to tell about that expansion. That was some crazy shit, bro. Surrender to Madness and everything. It was the first we got in that expansion. A lot of action. They follow words no progress at all. I see. I mean, yeah, you know, still could reminisce on the old times maybe, but we'll see. I'd focus on the Midnight Alpha first. We're collecting 600 total mounts. Wow, amazing. Track interrupts and dispels with the built-in damage meter in Midnight. Yeah, this is something we're gonna look at. Actually, let's look at it now. Yeah, so people were losing their minds. Dude, this is also a bit crazy. I get it, like ideally everything would be ready when they remove stuff, but like they didn't even implement the damage meter properly. Like it was not even, you couldn't even use it in game. I don't even know how people got like the design files and everything. And people were already losing their minds that they don't have access to interrupts and dispels anymore on their damage meter. Meanwhile, like you can actually not even see it in the alpha even. Like even in the alpha, it was not in the game. I think people are very, like way too overhyping these things. Everyone needs to calm down a little bit. Okay, so far though, this in-house damage meter has been updated to include, the ability to track interrupts and dispels. I really wonder how they're gonna do deaths. Because deaths is interesting because when you mouse over, you can have the death log of things. Like, you would need to build a new way to visualize death log. I don't know how they're gonna do that. That's gonna be interesting. Switching between the current combat segment and overall was also added in the previous build, indicating a continued effort to improve the tool, although the meter itself is still non-functional. Oh, it's still not functional. We're still talking about just like theoretical like files in the game and stuff. Okay, this gives us some reassurance that the developers are working to add important features before it goes live. There are 6 options with the meter split among 3 groups: total damage or damage per second, total healing or healing per second, number of interrupts or dispels. I see. Yeah, I think deaths will be added. It's just such an important part. You don't want to go to logs every time. It's just whether we get it on the first tier or not. This first tier is going to be kind of interesting. Like, it's going to be a little bit half broken, but also everything's going to be new. I'm looking forward to it personally either way. Like, you have to be flexible and adapt to the situation. Very interesting. Okay. What you need to buy? Also, the displate command was also scuffed. There you go. Fixed now. There's a cool display. I think, let's see if they sold out already. Oh, it's no longer linking there. I think it may be sold out. No, it's still available. Yeah, there's like a limited edition Illidan for 35 more days or until it sells out. I would not be surprised if it sells out really soon. Okay, displayed on their end, relinked our link to go back to the main page. Anyways, okay, sorry guys. Because I'm also doing partnerships and a lot of this stuff, when there's like an error, I need to immediately think, and my brain shifts away. They should make use of the encounter journal and add chat boxes to possibilities so we can decide what to track ourselves for the new boss timers. That would be cool. I I mean, as long as they provide the functionality in some way, I don't really care how, but that would be a nice. I don't know if it's a nice, because a lot of things also repeat in the journal and everything. It might get a little bit complicated. I don't know if that's the best way, but yeah, as long as there's some way to edit them, it's fine, right? And I'm guessing you can, worst case, do it through an add-on. Purges would be nice too. Yeah, like this. So purges count actually as the spells well, okay, I don't know how this tool is going to work, but on details, purges are part of the spells, and it's actually kind of confusing sometimes. I don't know if that's like an unavoidable thing that you can't figure it out. I would think you can. Not sure. But yeah, separating the two would make sense. But also the spells happen so rarely that it's mostly fine if you just mouse over and see what ability they use to purge, and then you kind of know what it is. Also, they seem to have changed the design. I don't know. Looks nice to me. Blizzcon might be returning. I don't actually have this mount. I kind of missed out on it. Oh, but only in China. Okay. Well. That's it then, I guess. Midnight Alpha Phase 6. Rallying Cry buff. Ooh, new stuff again. Damn, bro. Let's see if it's a lot of stuff. Okay, it doesn't seem like there's that much this time. This might also, I think this is a tooltip as well only. Expanded mind, what was this? Oh. The whole arcane salvo mechanic. I don't like this arcane salvo thing, bro. I don't know. At that point, just give arcane barrage a longer CD or something. I don't know. And like it does big damage, and that's it. I'm not a big fan of this salvo thing. Less things to track is my motto. Gain click casting versus each increase. Gaining click casting has a 50% chance to cause your next arcane missile to be overpowered, causing it to deal 100% increased damage. Oh. Oh, I think this is just like swapping talents positions, and it thinks that the tooltips are, because this is a completely different talent. Like here, like same thing. Like this is a no change. 45-second recharge to 45-second cooldown. Charges change from 1 to charges to none. So if it's already 1 charge, never had 2 charges. Actually, it's surprising that it was implemented to have charges ever. That would be interesting if Meteor did have charges. But yeah. Shatter got nerfed. They keep buffing it and nerfing it. I don't know what's going on. Blizzard big buff. That is nice. Yeah, Blizzard was really weak. I think that makes sense. This also makes sense to me. Talent position has changed. Maximum rank changed from 2 to 1. Casting person orb grants 1 stack of Fingers Frost. Oh, instead of having a chance, it will just give you 1 and be done with it. Okay, whatever, really. Frozen orb big damage buff. Flurry big damage buff. Nice, yeah. Frost felt weak. Ah, and Ray of Frost is burstier now. That's good. That's very interesting. 1 less second to deal the same damage, I think. I don't know. I don't know the math. Mathematicians can figure it out. Permafrost lances. Restoration. Ah, yeah. Oh yeah. Also the. Okay, not a lot of changes at least. Man, crazy how many changes it goes through though. I wonder on like based on what they are doing it. I don't think there's a lot of people playing and giving feedback on these things. I don't know, I might be wrong, but surprising that they do so many changes. That's okay. What's this? Spell slinger. Oh, increases ray of frost damage by 20%. Even more burst. Spell slinger looks good. Alright, anyways. Do they actually do any sort of raid spell changes here as well? Let's see. No, it's just classes. Oh, item sets as well. And that's it. Okay, yeah. Can't be reading all of this. Otherwise, I'm sitting here and reading all day, every day. Biggest concern I have about add-on stuff is what it's gonna do for VODs to Legion Classic, losing VCAR and LVI in retail. Has people spooked about playing progression for VOD and Legion Classic? I don't think we're gonna be losing add-ons in Classic modes. Or did they already confirm that they're cutting add-ons from WoW Classic and stuff? You lose add-on dev support. Oh, interesting. Well, maybe you don't. I don't know. My AC is smelling bad, guys. I hate this. Why does this sometimes happen, like, so frequently? Oh, it's so bad. Okay, I had to turn it off. Might need to open the window and then you can hear the mosque. Bacteria. Yeah, but I have like a spray for that, and I did spray it not too long ago, you know? Maybe I need to change it up. Maybe the bacteria are becoming resistant. That's the thing, I think. Alpha test development knows tiersets classes and UI. All right, let's look at the UI stuff. Violet's Legion Remix. And classes thing is the same. Oh yeah, there was some add-on changes as well. The combat audio alert system will read out various combat events over text to speech. Okay, that's interesting. New accessibility feature, combat audio alerts. That's kind of crazy if you can like mute certain things. Otherwise, like what is it gonna say, right? There's so many things. Okay, I think we can pop a window, guys. 1 sec. Okay, we even popped 2 windows. Only immune chat bacteria is left. Yeah, dude. Okay. Setting for a system are available until options. Accessibility audio systems settings include ability to adjust the voice volume speed of these TTS messages. Combat event support in this build include player and target health. Each with setting to control how often updates are read and which format the messages should be read in. We'll be adding support for more combat events throughout the remaining weeks of alpha and beta. Okay, so right now it's completely useless, but in the future, I mean, Sorry, useless for us. Maybe it is useful for blind people. I don't know. Okay, I have no idea what blind people want. I hope this is what they wanted. Great. But for me, it's useless. And depending on what they implement, it could be interesting. Add-on security changes, loosen restrictions on add-on access to players' spell cast information. Okay. Wondering if that's just your own player or also other players in the team. Access to the maximum health and power values of players. Guessing that's for unit frames and raid frames as well, which are also units actually. Made improvements to the ability for add-ons to format secret numbers into text. Okay, made quality of life improvements to various add-on Aura APIs. Add-on Aura APIs? That sounds crazy because I don't think you're getting any. I thought you were getting no info about the auras. The playstyle drop-down menu in the group creation interface has been updated with standardized options and is now available for more types of group content, helping players find groups that better match their goals and expectations. The updated options are... Oh, this is nice. This is really good. I really, really like that. Playstyle information will appear at the bottom of each listing, and in its tooltip, a new section has also been added to the filter dropdown, allowing players to toggle which playstyle groups are shown. That's really nice. Like, the thing is, if you... For me, it's useless. Yeah, and I don't need the target health and player health to be red all the time, right? But, you know, if you actually have trouble seeing things, you might use it. The weekly playstyle. Yeah, I would say weekly is... I mean, I think most people are going to go with fun and serious, right? Like, if they're try-harding somewhat. And then if you're like completely clueless, you go learning. And if you've done the dungeon before, but you don't remember everything, or if you're just playing more casually, or if you think you're a bad player or whatever, you'll just go with fun and relaxed, which is nice. Because like the thing is, if a person that is fun and serious invites someone that is fun and relaxed also into their team, their expectation of that player will be lower. And when your expectation is lower, you can't get disappointed that much. You know, the issue is people don't know what they're getting, and then they are hoping it is better, and their expectations are, at least they have hopes. And then when it gets crushed, those hopes, they're like, fuck this, fuck that, I'm inting your key, whatever, insulting you. Obviously not a good response to the situation, and that should have handled it differently, but I think this will help for sure. Especially for learning groups, also very nice. Police information will appear at the bottom of each listing and its tooltip. A new section has also been added to the... yeah, okay. Nameplate icons for rare elite and rare elite have received visual updates. There's also a known issue. I actually didn't know that nameplates, that like you would care about these icons. I guess you do when you're doing like outside content or something. There's a known issue where edit mode may be hidden in the settings menu. Edit mode can be accessed via the chat window drop-down menu in the meantime. Okay. That's crazy. Looking like good changes though overall. I'm curious how this TTS is going to develop. If they actually add things like boss spellcasts and stuff into this, which would make sense, but also is completely immersion breaking, and really sad if that becomes the meta, if that makes sense. Like, accessibility features ideally are not stronger than the default game. Well, they can be. I don't actually care. It's just when they are taking away value from the game, it's sad. And I think getting a robotic voice in your ear to say the spell casts of the boss is very immersion breaking and takes value away. But I think Blizzard is on top of this. I don't think they would make such a mistake. The reliable specs of Season 3. Who cares about Season 3, bro? I should not have exclusive functionality in midnight. Oh yeah. Oh, this is bigger than I thought. Let's see. In his first Reddit post... Wait, I'm gonna move my camera again, guys. It's time. In his first Reddit post in more than 2 years, senior game director Ian has reaffirmed that the main goal of add-on changes... Wait, he made a Reddit post for this? Wait, I got stun locked. Main goal of add-on changes midnight is that add-ons should not offer more features than the base UI. I mean, like more functional features is what he means, right? Because obviously you can't put skins on the base UI. Or yeah. Blizzard's philosophy on the add-on purge has been confusing to some players, as a number of add-ons that will be prevented from functioning midnight currently doesn't match the previously stated vision. In response to Mystical's video on a recent meeting, has responded on Reddit, noting that that main philosophical goal of this change is essentially the following. Wait, did he just like go to Reddit and just randomly respond to a thread? That's crazy. That is crazy. Wouldn't have expected him to just slam the Reddit response out of nowhere. We like that though. It shows that he's on top of this, right? Okay. Let's see. Wait, is this like a long video or is this a clip? It's a 20-minute video. Okay. It's all calmed down. Oh. Oh. This is like a response to this guy. I was like, blue post with fucking noob and stuff. The Blizzard developers are getting unhinged. What time did Ian post? Like 2 a.m. Wait, let's see, dude. What time did he post on? Can I see that? 8:04 p.m. UTC. 8 p.m. UTC. When is that? That is their morning, to be fair. Like morning, noonish. So, it's not a crazy time. Would be crazy if you just slammed the post at like 3 a.m. Can't sleep because everyone's criticizing shit. Okay, let's read it. I want to see what people were saying, and then he responded. A lot of this sounds positive. The only thing I heard that made me recoil a bit was hearing Ian's take on audible countdowns on enemy spells. So we're allowed to have a visual timer for the ability, but hearing a countdown and sort of seeing it is me being a fucking noob, according to him. Fair enough, I guess. But I'd also like to see him heal some of these bosses at an 18 and time his ramp down to the second consistently every time the ability's coming out. Okay, but I mean, they are reworking the healers and discipline, and as far as I know, it's a lot easier as well, so you don't need to do this. And the bosses are gonna be simpler. Yeah, this is like another person angry to be angry. I don't know. It's so weird. Why are people like this? And also, like, even if that was the case, right? Like, let's say they made it harder, the game now, by taking away things you had. You still are competing on an even playing field. Like, it's not like other people got to keep it and only you lost your audio cues. I don't understand. I mean, unless you are, like, blind, then I get it. But aside from that, I don't understand it. I don't want to argue in bad faith. Ramping will likely be a little less important. Exactly. With so many healing amps being removed, a direction I support. I guess I just don't see how there's anything wrong with hearing a countdown as opposed to seeing it. And I kind of resent the sentiment that hearing a countdown is automating my gameplay. It's oftentimes just immersion breaking. That's the issue. People really underestimate immersion in WoW. Like, if people just play the game like Destiny 2, they would understand. Or like Final Fantasy as well. But especially Destiny 2 is great at immersion. And they don't understand the value of this because they didn't have it for so long. They're hearing fucking bike horns and air horns and cats and panthers and banana peel slips. They have no fucking clue that they're playing a game. Like, that's why they are mad when these things get removed. Because they are used to it now. Destiny 2 reaching 7k lows every day now. I mean, with Destiny 2, it's a seasonal game, right? Like, I'm not surprised. But at the same time, yeah, they could do more to market it better and make the timelessness of that game more interesting to new people. I don't know. Anyways, I mean, Destiny 2 has its own issues, obviously, but immersion is not the issue, you know? They are very good at that. And WoW players just have no idea. Resent the sentiment here. Automating my gameplay. Timing things down to the second can be the difference between failure or success in this game, and I've got plenty to look at and react to in game as it is. Perhaps they're sincere in that gameplay across the board will change the support their vision for add-on restriction, but frankly what I'm hearing is Blizzard taking on a large responsibility to design their gameplay to support this hardline direction, and honestly I doubt they have the time or staff to devote to that season after season. The funny thing is right now they need to dedicate that time to circumvent add-ons, and the bad thing is the add-ons are not created. Like, they need to balance, they're currently balancing the game around the fact that we will create add-ons telling us what to do. So, I mean, I don't know if they have people sitting there and developing add-ons for the encounters they're making and then testing the encounters with that difficulty in mind. I would guess they don't have that a lot of times. I would guess that they're like assuming things. So now they can actually testify it without wondering what sort of add-on solution we're going to find. So the testing actually becomes easier. So I don't understand this concern at all, honestly. This will create time for them. This way, everything I was trying to play midnight. I'm glad we're making the big changes. I'd rather stumble on big changes than continue down the road we were on. That's true. Yeah. At this point, I agree. I think we are going to stumble on some of the big changes. But yeah, I think overall it's a positive direction. Let's see what Ian says. I just want to clarify my comments as well. We for sure could have been clear on our philosophical goals here, which have been spread across multiple interviews and videos over the past year. Yes. You could have as well, yeah. Like, this is a big criticism as well. We're working on a blog that can be a single source of truth there. The overarching goal of these changes is to level the playing field and do what we can to make it so that while add-ons can still thoroughly personalize your experience, they aren't giving you an objective competitive advantage over people using the base UI. In pursuit of that goal, we've made changes to the add-on API, to our base UI, and to how we design combat and our encounters. So in this context, it's not that we view a spoken countdown as a form of automation or as inherently problematic. Rather, we feel that it would be inappropriate to allow only add-on users to have that functionality. Oh, okay. We also have concerns of giving add-on access to exactly how many seconds remain before a specific spell is going to fire could open a door to creative problem-solving solutions. I mean, I guess I don't understand if they want to put this functionality in, what is the difficulty? They already have the timers. They could easily just put a checkbox to add a countdown to the spell, and then have a separate place where you can edit the countdown voice and size of the font if you want to show a font like text like big stars or whatever. I don't really understand what the difficulties of adding it. I'm okay with them not adding it because I think it's like I said, oftentimes immersion breaking. Although, you know, a countdown is still better than some of the sound effects we've heard. Yeah, this is something that they could just not give access to add-ons, but give access to in the base UI if they wanted to do so. I don't really understand that. Our focus is on designing our midnight encounters to have both clear telegraphs ahead of time and sufficient time to react, more time than we would have provided in a world where we knew the majority of players doing unorganized content were using add-ons to ensure they were ready for every major ability. If it turns out that we're unable to hit that mark, we're definitely open to adding an audio countdown solution to help, but we would want it to be available in the base UI rather than requiring an add-on. Yeah. I mean, also, ideally, you don't have an audio countdown for like that is possible in every spell, but instead on specific spells, you have like a voice line or something like that, you know, like you can hear the boss getting angry or whatever, or you have him like turning red or something, indicating that something is coming. You don't want, like, ideally you want to have less like focus on cast bars and I don't know, audio cues and stuff like that, and instead show it with the visuals that don't break your immersion. You know, for example, a boss growing in size, or a bomb growing in size, or a fuse to a bomb, you know, slowly reaching it, or I don't know, man, some colors changing, some fire on the ground slowly spreading, something falling from the sky, reaching a player. Like, these are all cast bars and timers in a way, but not as abstract. So I would focus on this kind of solutions. Remember, it's a game. It's not like, it's not a UI for a tool you're using to, like, I don't know, video edit or something, you know? Like, it's supposed to be a game. And we're like in this world fighting monsters. We're not, I don't know, bro, doing some reaction tests or something. Clear sound effect, audio cue can be done. I know if it has some audio cue that's sync for when things snapshot to help time movements. Yeah, I heard of that people like enable game music and stuff as well, because it's the same part of the song at the same time. Yeah, I mean, spell effects and stuff have sounds attached to them. I'm sure a lot of things can be done. It is work though. That is this part. What I'm saying is definitely work. The testing to make it, I think that will take actually less time, but finding creative solutions to show what is happening next, instead of just big bars and cast bars and timers and whatever, that will take time, but it would be a much better product. So I don't know, that's a trade-off, putting in time to get a better result. I'm a fan of that. Some overhaul mount quest lines, whatever. Okay, yeah, we're going for next things, guys. More boss modes, functionality coming midnight. Oh, there was a meeting with them. Oh, dude, maybe I should start this from like, wait, I think I'm going in reverse into the thing. I should go to like page 4 or 5 or 6 or something. Okay, oh yeah, page 4. This is where we left it off. Okay, I'm gonna go in reverse. So I don't want to travel back in time. I want to travel forward. Okay, this is nothing. Page 3. Okay, there wasn't much left anyways. Influencer feedback and also on console. Unshackled in Fury interview with Ian has cost us Okay, no idea what that is. Building a heroic army. Tips, tricks, community instruments. Speed up balance power. You know, where can Shara go? Tuk new profession. New profession. Crafting recipes for player housing. Oh god. Okay. Transmog. Hearthsteel. Oh yeah, this is the new premium currency. Damn, bro. I want to go into like a building and look a WoW house and like it is like, you know, it's like worth 10k euros or something. That'd be some crazy experience. So the Day of the Dead with new headwear and mask. We're truly like reaching the time where it's too expensive to buy a house IRL. So if you just buy it in game and get even items for the house and everything, that's crazy. What a time to be alive. If I would tell this to like my grandparents and they were still alive, they would probably just completely lose their mind. They would not understand this concept. Imagine you explain to your grandparents that people are buying items, like they are getting a house in a game and then buying items with real money and like placing items inside that house. Isn't that wild if you think about it? Crazy. Government intervention to deal with the WoW housing and affordability crisis. Yeah. Gotta get the banks involved, dude. Yeah, they would need to like make it like limited as well, right? So the more people, like depending on the supply and demand, the prices change as well. And then you have people coming in, investing, buying a bunch of them, reselling them. Yeah. Let's get it, dude. So today was that, reducing APM, focusing rage economy, first impression, midnight guy. Okay, last chance. Okay, do not care. Upcoming class tuning. Celebrate with the dead. Doesn't matter. Plan. Always down to look at some special effects. Legion Fall Emissary available in Legion Remix cannot be player housing, limited time testing, better release date is our pre-purchase edition. Okay, we can look at that briefly as well. BlizzCon tickets. I'm just gonna slam them all open and then we look at it. New Dark Fair After Hours add-on for BlizzCon. Oh, it's an add-on to the BlizzCon ticket. Oh, dude. There we go. We are getting some add-on things. Yeah, this is the one I saw here that made me think, did I int by not playing Legion Remix? And then you guys are telling me bosses are dying in 2 seconds. Having gear and infinite power won't save you from military kill Jaden in Legion Remix. Highly doubt it. That's considering improving aura filtering. Oh, that's a big one. That's the only thing it's lacking, by the way, in my eyes. Like this is you can do without, but it will just make everything click. After holiday season, PS6 trolls. What is this? Every song Woods campaign through chapter 2. Oh, it's just like midnight stuff. Legion Remix Phase 3. Data mining. Oh, this was before it was figured out it's only China. Good thing we didn't travel normally in time and saw it's in China before we got hyped. Okay, yeah, we're good. Now we can just look at the good stuff. Alright, from here. Business considering improving all our filtering. Okay, yeah, I'm lost in the sauce anyways. Wow, UI dev describes support on API changes are coming in the next thing. I am very surprised, by the way, that there is still no like central place to distribute these news. Why is it that there are 7 different, way more than 7, like 15 different sources of information when it comes to this stuff? It's so weird. Um, okay. Major changes in the next alpha build, temporary schedule for today. That was 30 days ago. Some of the biggest changes are access to creature information is completely blocked at an instance. Context players for dropping combat in dungeons to color nameplates and adjust settings based on enemies to make things easier once you did get in combat. That's funny. Addons can now track max health and power. Addons can now track more information with your own and your pet spellcasts. This also allows access to a cooldown tracker, but will not be able to take into account any cooldown reduction effects. Wait, what? So you can create your own weak auras for your own spells now, or what? Am I understanding this right? I think so, right, guys? Access creature unit for initial secret for an instance, unit power, no longer return secrets for player units. That's interesting. Like, if there's ever a mechanic that's gonna change your max health, which there often is, I mean, not super often, but it is a thing that can happen. You can actually track that, like, and make like a list of people having debuffs by checking their max health and checking whether that changed throughout the fight. So this is how you gotta think of these things. Like, they do one change, but there's always people like me who are ready to exploit it. It is what it is, guys. It's unfortunate, but Blizzard trained us like this. What can you do, man? Spellcast. We have relaxed restrictions around spellcast APIs, so the player's own spellcast will no longer be a secret. Even in combat, units controlled by the player are also included. Okay. Interesting. I mean, your own buffs still are a thing, but your casts aren't. So you could have like your action bar be a weak aura again. Does it really matter? Not really. But if you want to have like growing bars and stuff and you like the weak auras thing more, technically that is now possible again. If you get into a vehicle, your unit power changes, or I don't know. Also, your max health might be changing too. I don't know. Another interesting thing is when you die, your max health also changes because you lose stamina buff. Not sure what to do with this information. I don't know, guys, but it's fine. I'm sure our add-on devs will figure it out. We're gonna have the same UI as always for the next race. The race ends in 2 days. Equality comparing 2 possible secret values of different types will no longer error and will produce a non-secret false. Okay, well, these are some crazy cooked stuff. The vectors are no longer secret. But their contents are. Okay. Add-ons are not updated to will be able to run no exceptions. Add-ons will be able to track secondary resources, but not primary. This should include combo points, shooting power, and stagger. Oh. So you can have your own combo point tracker again. That's nice. I mean, the holy power one also kind of really looked shit. I think this makes sense. More and more, I would expect Vikaras to backpedal, but they're still not doing it. Interesting. Back then you had add-ons for these kind of things as well, and not Vikaras, so maybe we get those back again. There was like the Druid Eclipse tracker, there was the Shadow, what is that called? Void Energy tracker? Macro / cancel aura 4 to communicate to other players when you have a debuff. True, dude. That's crazy. That's crazy if you do that. No, please. This is unreal. Don't bring private aura macro again. Private aura macro with, and then you rebuff stamina after every mechanic is done. Oh god, dude, what are we doing here, guys? What is happening, man? I am disgusted. Force interface matching. Main items that don't have interface will not be allowed to load. Smooth status bars will adding native support sources to smoothly transition between values. I really don't understand why people love this so much. Do you ever go and like tick a setting that is worse, but you do it because of aesthetics? Like, I never do this in games. I don't understand why people would want smooth setting. Literally delaying the information you get to make it animated. This is vile to me, bro. People will be crazy. Timer status bars will be adding support for timer status bars that automatically update on their own based on the current time. I don't know what that means. Secret caller text will be adding a way to wrap text and secret callers. Raid target API. Says raid target will be made usable via SABT. What is that? Secure action button template. Oh, is it like gonna be able to be used automatically? Really? I was hoping that this wasn't the case, actually, if I'm understanding this right. We gotta get the info from your boy here, Mystical, I think, on this.
It's been about 2 weeks since my last update.
There's no pre-midnight hours. Maybe we should just watch this video, man. Fuck it, guys.
Because last week there weren't really any changes worth discussing.
This is like super new, right? This is from these news that we're looking at.
But this week, a fresh batch of changes.
Oh wait, you guys are hearing him, but I don't. Oh my, is my headset off, dude? That's crazy.
Were just posted this morning on the UI Discord.
3 days ago, yeah.
In addition, myself, the DBM author, and Funky, the Big Rigs author, got to talk with Ian Hazakosis and Andy Churchill from the UI team about upcoming changes and issues with the current UI and what add-on authors, as well as the stock UI, can do to mitigate a lot of these issues. And it came up with a lot of good stuff that I want to share with you today as well. But first, I'm going to start with the UI changes that were posted in the Discord. Now, some of this you've already seen. most of this stuff was posted in the week 4 video as upcoming stuff. Now here's the first big change that was announced this week. Spellcasts. They are relaxing restrictions on Spellcast API for the player's own spellcasts. They will no longer be secret, even in combat. This includes units controlled by the player, such as pets. What does this mean?
This also means, by the way, if you have a cast that when you press it, it gives you an aura, like you can create that, let's say, weak aura based on your spell cast. And if it's like always up for 15 seconds or until you cast a different spell, you could actually show that buff on you as well, which is kind of crazy.
It means now unit frames, cast bars, and even cooldowns will be possible again with players' own spells, with a few exceptions. This does not give direct access to player cooldown information. It only gives access to whether or not you just cast a spell. The add-ons will be able to use this computationally to go, hey, you just cast Shield Wall, so now it's on cooldown. And we know the cooldown is X, so we know it'll be back up in Y seconds. But here are where the caveats come in.
See these
because
change.
it only knows when you cast a spell, but it can't actually check the literal cooldown. Add-ons like this will break the computation of it. Because again, unit power is secret. So it's not going to be able to detect how much rage you spent. Therefore,
so it is useless.
It's not going to be able to calculate cooldown reduction based on rage spent from a talent like anger management. This basically means you're not fully getting the ability to track personal cooldowns back. You're partially getting it in a very hacky sort of way. And it's really unclear what Blizzard intends to do with this. I think this change was mostly done for unit frames and stuff, but the fact that you get kind of cooldown tracking back,
I feel like this might be like to I was thinking of like, again, accessibility reasons, announcing a spell has been casted and stuff, but I think you could already do that even with the secrets. So I don't know.
It's kind of an extra they probably couldn't avoid, but they were okay with it because they knew it wasn't perfect. But nonetheless, you're going to see add-ons start using this information for cooldown tracking, at least for spells that have static cooldowns and don't have gimmicks like anger management that alter the set cooldowns on the fly. So it's a very interesting change, but it's a big noteworthy one. Coming soon, here's the next big one. Forced interface matching for 12.0. Mainline add-ons that don't have an interface version of 12.0 or higher will not be allowed to load.
I thought this was whatever.
No player override. This means that if an add-on doesn't explicitly say it's compatible with 12.0, you cannot load it. You cannot check that box that says load out of date. They are not going to allow it. They are strictly saying up-to-date add-ons and only up-to-date add-ons can be loaded by the player, period. And this is to avoid problems with players trying to load add-ons that don't work with Midnight and wondering why they're broken. They want players to log in on pre-patch to an interface that says, here are the add-ons that work. And
I mean, instead, your whole UI is going to be broken anyways, and you have to fix it, but yeah.
Only the add-ons that work. So that they don't have to deal with all these tech support tickets about low FPS, error spam, broken UI because
does make sense.
A user has a bunch of add-ons installed that no longer work. They're simply nipping it in the bud right here. This is a big one. Unit power. They are relaxing restrictions, so players' secondary resources are no longer secret. This will include big things like stagger. In Midnight currently, you don't have access to tracking stagger at all. If you play a monk tank and you want to track stagger, forget it. It's not possible. They're fixing that. They're going to relax the restrictions on stagger, soul shards, arcane power, secondary resources that are outside your normal things like mana and rage and energy. You know, the secondary resources that...
The funny thing is, I think add-on devs who are like canceling their add-on development and saying that they're not going to exist in Midnight and all of that, I think they might think that Blizzard is doing these changes because they are saying those things. But I think Blizzard would make these changes anyways. I don't think they give a fuck about what the add-on developers like, about the ones that are quitting or whatever. I don't know. That's how I'm feeling it. Like, it's just obvious things, right? If you can't track stagger in any way, they make it possible. Simple as that.
You need to actually play your class correctly. Now, here's something they have that's under consideration, which means it's not locked in stone, but it shows that they're watching the feedback. Custom unit frame pain points. We're looking into ways to improve the ability for add-ons to recreate unit frames from scratch, including, but not limited to, the possibility of adding in the unit health bar template that includes all the various pieces needed by unit frame health bars, absorbs, heal predictions, etc. Basically, they hear you, healers. The unit frame add-ons got giga trashed by the API nerf, and healers are mad, especially. And they're looking at that specifically and recognizing it. In addition, aura filtering. Again, healers, they see you.
I mean, aura filter is not just healers, though. This is also debuffs. Like, right now, you have everything tracked in one place with buffs and debuffs. They did add external support, by the way. I saw that from our players. They were mentioning it. Right now, like in the previous builds, you couldn't track externals. Now you can have them separately tracked somewhere. So when you get like spell warding and stuff, you don't need to look on the top right and hope that you see it.
We are looking at ways to improve aura filtering. So they know you don't want to see everything on the frames. You only want to see X, Y, and Z. Secure aura header template. This is more technical, but they're probably looking for ways to allow the above points while still keeping things locked down in a way. Basically, they're going to make it so you can filter things, but still not know what they are. Like, it's still all going to be secret. And this pretty much concludes the changes they're posting in the Discord. But now, bonus change, talking points that me and Bigwig's author got from talking with Ian and Andy today with combat add-ons specifically.
Okay.
And all the stuff that I've been getting in your comments, I've seen on the forums, I've seen on Discord. We brought up a lot of pain points and had a back and forth and came up with a lot of good stuff. But first, I want to show you the problems. The raid timeline. Built-in timeline shows timers for all abilities, no filtering. Add-ons are bound by the same rule, period. So if you say, for example, you pull a boss, here are your timers. Here's the timeline. Here's what DBM and Bigwigs can do.
Oh, God.
They show timers for everything. You can't say, you can't turn this timer off and this timer off, but leave the others on. It's all or nothing, period. No filtering. This is what the current Midnight Alpha is. The next issue. Since add-ons don't have information about the spells on the timeline, since they're all secrets, we cannot color bars by spell, no countdowns, no emphasis, no spell renaming, nothing. We can't do anything with it. So again, what you see is what you get. So if it's a really long spell name, that's what you get. And all the bars are the same color. You do get spell icons, but this is their secrets. We can't really...
I do actually. Wait, these are a different color though. Okay. I think here, whoever made this, they colored it based on duration instead of based on the spell. Like, you can't know which spell it is, but you know the duration, right? Otherwise, you couldn't display the duration. So he colored it based on the duration. That's an interesting idea, but I don't actually use the color changes. I just have it like for emphasized bars. So I would color by duration, and I would put everything below 15 seconds to be red and everything else to be blue over here on my UI. So this doesn't bother me. I also generally prefer spell names unless they are very long. I will prefer spell names. Like, okay, prefer is a big word, but I don't mind it at all, because when I learn the spells, I will look at the journal for a really long time. And then, I don't know, if a spell is called, I don't know, electrocution matrix, and then on the bigwigs, we call that laser, that actually confuses the shit out of me, 'Cause I would rather see electrocution matrix, because I've like stared at that for so long. I've drawn images displaying the strat. I looked at the tooltip changes over the weeks. Every time it was electrocution matrix, then I get into the game, it's called laser. I'm like, what the fuck is laser now? You know, it could be anything. I have no idea. So actually, I do not mind that either personally. But yeah. And also it is a bit immersion breaking, so I don't mind it because of that as well. Like, you want spells to be real spells. Yeah.
Quantify what spell is what. Is you just...
I do think this is unnecessary though. Like, this UI is just bad. Like, this is just better, man. Like, I don't know. Just FF on this, Blizzard. It's fine. Go for this.
This is what you get. Now, raid warnings, the current implementation. Built-in timeline shows warnings for all abilities. I say no filtering possible, but that's technically incorrect. Minimal filtering is possible. I will show you that here.
Okay.
You can basically only filter by priority. You could say, all warnings, show me only medium or high priority or critical priority, or show me only critical priority. And you could also click high or not targeted. But again, this is just arbitrary, and it's based on what Blizzard says you warning priority is. You don't, as the player, don't get to choose the priority of the warning, and you don't get to choose the spells.
I mean, if you're providing this setting, might as well provide the way to do it for each spell individually. Like, if they want you to play the game the way they give it to you, okay. But if you're providing customizability, because I won't know what they deem is critical, like, yeah, I don't know. Just, it sounds like they should just give it access to that information.
That's the current implementation. Again, add-ons can't emphasize no spell renaming, no custom sounds. The sounds you get from warnings are very basic Blizzard alert sounds. Now, currently in Midnight Alpha, add-ons can trigger TTS to read out warnings using Blizzard's built-in TTS, but all it's going to do is read out the text as Blizzard shows it. And as I point here, Blizzard controls all priorities. Players do not have any say whatsoever in priorities other than saying, hey, don't show me minor. But you don't know what ability they consider minor or what ability they consider a priority. Now, what is Blizzard going to do about this? Let's talk about the future. We'll start with the raid timeline. Blizzard is going to add an API that lets add-on authors filter spells from the timeline.
Okay.
Now, what this API is going to do is add-on like big Victor TPM is going to say,
try
don't
this,
show
don't
spell
try
ID
that.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And once that request is sent, the timeline is no longer going to show timers for that ability, period. You basically just turned off that ability. So they're addressing...
Mystical has a way to explain these things so that a fucking idiot would understand it. Actually impressive. While not being necessarily boring as well.
the core issue of...
Like, I understood it from this text, but, you know, it's nice to hear him explain it, like, down to the point. I feel like in elementary school again.
Being able to turn off by ability, but in a way that you still can't tell what's what, because it's all server controlled. You're telling the server, don't show me this, and the server's going to stop sending you that timer. But the other timers you see, you're still not going to know what is what. Blizzard is not going to allow add-ons to support timer emphasis, such as audio countdowns, period. And the stance that Ian said about this was basically, he feels that you should always be watching for what's coming, and that if something is audible, you start automating it in a way to where you're not looking for it in your UI. You're just listening for it only, and they don't really like that. They want you to be visually interacting with the raid environment, watching the boss energy, watching the boss timers, and using that to determine that the ability is upcoming. They don't want you on autopilot, waiting to hear 1, 2, 3, or 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 to react to something.
That's interesting, because actually, I don't know why, but it's true that games typically don't use audio cues in like in critical situations. Like if they're like, let's think of it like this: what if a spell only had an audio cue? I guess do they not do that because there's like a lot of deaf people or something, or people without headsets even playing the game? I don't know. Or I guess with music as well, right? I guess that's why. It would be, you know, I don't know. I would think it would be pretty cool if there was sometimes a mechanic that requires hearing, but also at the same time, I don't know if that affects other people really badly. Have to learn how to play the WoW in midnight. It's gonna be fine, bro. It's gonna be like classic, just hard. It's gonna be like SOD a little bit when it comes to difficulty, I think. Just a little bit harder, you know. It's okay.
Oh, another pain point was no counts. So Blizzard's gonna be adding a count option for all abilities. It'll be like a checkbox that says show cast count. So you can see,
nice.
You know, big AoE spell 1, big AoE spell 2, and by extension,
that's interesting. I'm very surprised that they're adding that, but yeah, it's very, very useful.
Because the base UI is going to get it. So too will add-ons, because they parse the text exactly the same way. Whatever text Blizzard has, add-ons have. Blizzard will consider adding RP timers to timeline to compensate for lost APIs that allowed add-ons to do it themselves. Because we can't parse the combat log anymore, because we can't parse chat logs anymore, we can't tell when an NPC yells, "I am God King Skovald," and start a timer for it. And when we brought that up to Blizzard, we suggested, you do the timer. You do the timer, put it in the stock UI, and add-ons will have access to it too, because add-ons have access to timer API. Whatever's in the timeline, we can see. So they're going to consider doing RP timers, but it's probably going to be on a case-by-case basis. So it's like, they might add an RP timer here, but not add one here right away, things like that. It's one of those things where it's more of a consideration, not a guarantee.
Hey, true. This is gonna be interesting. What happens when the bigwigs is wrong? Like, we have a lot of times small bugs in our bigwigs. I wonder if Blizzard will be able to get it right. Which I wouldn't blame them if they can't, because we make a lot of those mistakes ourselves, and then I'll tell Just Wait in our case to update our bigwigs, and that the timer is wrong. And it's also like, you might think it's easy, right? But it's a lot of like versions of the game, and also Blizzard is changing things, nerfing, buffing bosses, and all that stuff. I'm mostly nerfing. So the timers change actually a lot. Sometimes you can push a boss early and skip some timers. This is a complicated task that they need to keep updating. Then I have the guess. They have the exact data. Okay, so bosses don't, at least in the past, they don't necessarily work. I guess, I don't know, maybe they changed how the bosses work. Because the way the CDs happen, spell CDs, so you don't necessarily always have the same spell casted at the same time. Spells have sometimes, or I guess maybe even always, priorities, and multiple spells can be ready at the same time. So what they will have in the backend is cast spell A and put it on 15-second cooldown. And then there will be, after casting any spell, always create an internal cooldown of 3 seconds and don't cast any other spell. And then when you cast spell B, it will have a 20-second cooldown. And then give them an initial timer. So they will know B has a 20-second cooldown and A has a 15-second cooldown. But after casting B, 20 seconds later, it's not necessarily the time for A. Not necessarily the time for B again, because maybe A is also ready and has a higher prio, which will let the boss first cast A, put him on an internal cooldown again for 3 seconds, or like let's call it a global cooldown, I guess. And then it will cast B. So B's cast will be delayed by like 5 seconds in total, A's cast time and the global cooldown afterwards. So no, actually, they don't have the the exact data of what's going to happen. Like oftentimes a fight like this is, it almost needs to be like simulated to see what happens. Like they give it the input parameters and then just let it play out. And sometimes 3-4 spells will be ready at the same time, and then the boss will just do it in a priority. Sometimes also, depending on when you push the boss, another spell will be casted first because that one was ready and the one with higher prio technically was not ready yet. So it will cast, let's say, spell B instead of A because B was ready and you pushed them while it's ready, and another pull, it was not ready when you push it. I don't know if that makes sense, but it is like this, okay? Trust me, okay? Maybe re-listen to the what. Or I could visualize it if people really don't get it. But so they don't know when each spell is casted. They also don't code it in such a way. They put spells, give them cooldowns, and then depending on how the fight develops, the boss will cast it when he can. They have the boss code on the server and the warnings on the server. I assume they link the warnings to the boss code. What? No, you don't understand it. I mean, did no one get it? I could make like a paint, I guess. Okay, I'll just do it. Okay, I don't think my verbal explanation was not good enough. I learned this also with our guys. Oftentimes I'll just explain things and no one will get it, and I'll need to make a painting. So let's say this is the pull. Okay, we're at 0. Let's say spell A, we were saying, has 15-second cooldown, and spell B has a 20-second cooldown. Okay, A is 15 and B is 20. Let's, however, also say that the first time A is casted is, let's see, I need to make some calculations, 25 seconds into the fight, okay? And B is casted 20 seconds into the fight. 25 seconds, this is A being casted, and then at 20 seconds, this is B being casted. Now, what will happen is, at 40 seconds, both of these spells will be ready, okay? We get that. So what does he cast first? This part is determined by multiple things oftentimes. One, on a slight delay. Sometimes, for whatever reason, B could be delayed by 0.5 seconds, or A could be delayed by 0.5 seconds. Maybe it's because the boss is moving. Maybe there is another cast that just took a bit longer or something like that. Like you applied a curse on him or something, that curse of tongues, right? And then he goes casting longer. Or the boss would have casted it, but he was like in an intermission state. I don't know. He got an absorb shield that you need to deplete. Until you do that, he'll keep dealing damage, like the Galvix intermission. There can be many reasons why a cast is delayed. So first of all, also because of those many reasons already, like how do you say that this is going to be happening in 25 seconds? You can't, because it might be delayed because of things. And what we would typically do on Bigwigs is we will have this 25-second bar, and then when it's ready, it will be like A, and then this will be like 0 seconds, and then this timer will go away, and this bar will be filled, and it will just be waiting there, doing nothing. I don't know what these bars are called, but like basically when it's ready, just keep it on that thing. Okay. And then another thing is also based on pushing. When you push the boss, it might cast spells. Let's say, I guess this is also with the absorb shield thing. Actually, from Galvix explains it very nicely, because there you also are pushing it, and then it's able to cast spells again. And then on top of that, you have priorities. So sometimes, you might think like, it's fine, right? It's gonna cast spell A into spell B always, so at least the order is correct. Maybe, I don't know, like when it gets ready. But what will happen is sometimes, depending on when you push or of other slight delays, it will cast spell A first here into spell B right after, which also oftentimes in fights like this, you have, like I said, a global cooldown between spells. So when he casts spell A, he would wait 5 seconds or 3 seconds or whatever, and then cast spell B. So whenever they are ready at the same time, and the global cooldown is ready of the boss as well, let's say he would always pick A, but sometimes A will be casted, you know, at not at 25, but at 26 instead, because we pushed him late or whatever. And then he will cast spell B instead, and B will be here, and then another like 5 seconds later it will be A. So that's why I'm curious how they're going to solve these things. And it's all solvable in a way. You know, they can use the ready timers and all of that. But with them, like, first of all, they don't have access to all of this. They don't know when we're going to push it and things like that. It's not all predetermined before the fight starts. And also, making a slight change to the fight can affect timers in an unintended way that they might very easily make a mistake on. You know, like they might, I don't know, they might make the cooldown of a spell longer to give it like more breathing room, which is something they typically do. And because of that, the order of Bigwig's spells will swap around or something like that. Or maybe they don't change the cooldown, but they change when it's the first time it's casted. And because of that, it will kind of have a longer cooldown because it will like put always be after A, for example, because this will be at like 23 or let's make it easy so I don't need to edit 28 seconds. So it will swap the next time as well. Does this make sense more? Basically, it's not always fixed CDs. I will be shocked if we don't have a single bug with timers during the race. I'll be very shocked. Especially if they make hotfixes as well. Yeah. And also there's like not just one difficulty of the fight, there is so many different ones and so many different things that can affect the timers. You know, like when you use your extra action button and fill in things and face the boss, or, you know, depleting a shield, like it can be dependent on your DPS, can be dependent on how quickly you solve things. It can be dependent on how quickly, I don't know, solve a mechanic. What are you guys talking about? Kebab, bro. Can you say it in kebab terms? Oh. I see. It's like basically the kebab might take like 20 minutes to cook, but maybe sometimes orders overlap and the kebab chef needs to prioritize certain orders. And that's why certain kebabs might be delayed. So the app can never show you when you order that it's going to be guaranteed 30 minutes. Exactly. There's also traffic and stuff, right? There can be delays. The only thing that the kebab owner knows is like it takes 20 minutes to cook, but I don't know when the orders are gonna arrive, you know? Thank you, yeah. That's how we should have done it from the beginning. This doesn't make sense. So I'll next time I'll explain it in I'm just gonna pull this up, dude. There we go. And explain it this way. I think people will get it much better. Yeah, sounds good. Also, there's different types of kebabs with different cooking times, so it's all complicated. There's different difficulties of recipes as well. You know, sometimes it's a mythic recipe, sometimes heroic. You need to balance all of that, you know. It can be orders from different places coming. Maybe also strat next resource. Yeah. I'll do the strats in kebab terms as well next time. When was the last time you had a kebab? Too long, actually. It was before Paris. It was like a month ago or something. Oh, actually, no, never mind. It was 2 days ago. Damn, that's crazy. But only very little. My wife got it and I like finished it. It wasn't good, to be fair. Yeah, like, yeah, there's a reason she didn't finish it, yeah. Too long ago. Yeah, no, I forgot about it because it wasn't like really good. Okay. But yeah, very ambitious thing here from Blizzard, making their own boss timers. And honestly, like, I could see them backpedal on this. Because this is quite a lot of time, I would say. And also, I don't know, like, you don't want to be inting a perfect pull because your timers are wrong, you know? You want the add-on developers to take that heat. As Turkish guy, I think you have high expectations for a good kebab. Yeah, but I'm in Turkey, you know. If I had the kebab in Paris, I would say, okay, whatever. I wouldn't eat that anyways, but yeah, I was offered to go to a Turkish restaurant. I said, no fucking way, bro. This is no way. Is that so different? I didn't even try, but typically, yeah, it is. It's everything is different. Like, I don't know why this is so much the case, as strong as it is, but if a country has something that, like, where it originates from, it's typically much better in that country. Even within Turkey, like, different cities have their own famous dish, and eating it elsewhere, like, it's just not as good. Because I'm guessing, like, the competitiveness within that city leads to a much better product. Whereas if I go to Paris to make kebab, no one fucking knows what a kebab is. So I could serve anything and they'll be like, wow, merci beaucoup, you know? They'll be amazed. That's why, I guess that's why it happens. Okay, I don't even know where we were, man. Let's see, let him talk.
It's just something that they're aware of now.
Pizza's king in America. I've had an Italy in there. Could be true. I mean, once it is like happening a lot by a lot of places, sorry, originates is maybe like the incorrect word, but like famous for. I would say when a lot of people are making it, then I think it just is good in that place. That's why, like, for example, I have sushi sometimes in Turkey. I only know like 2 sushi places, you know? If I have sushi in Japan, it's probably way fucking better. Yeah.
Raid warnings. Blizzard said they did not want raid warnings to be directive. The screenshots, the previews they posted previously where it said whirlwind, move away, they don't want that. Even on the stock UI, it's only going to say whirlwind. There's going to be no direction in the text at all in a future build. They are against that, and that was a mistake that was included in the first place. They don't want any directive instruction coming from the base UI or add-ons. Which is to say also that when add-ons display warnings, the only thing we're going to be displaying is the text Blizzard tells us to display. Blizzard will be adding an API that lets add-on register sounds to cast alerts. Yes.
Oh.
Any sound to any spell. We're going to be able to say, for spell ID 12345, play a cat meow, or play a voice pack like DBM has.
Why,
or
bro?
Whatever you want.
Just fucking shoot me, honestly.
By ability.
What is this?
For any ability, with one caveat.
Oh, don't put the shotguns
only
on.
Cast. Because the next point.
Wait, what? It's not.
Only cast. For any ability, with one caveat. Only cast.
What is the caveat?
Because the next point. Blizzard will not be allowing add-ons to register sounds for debuffs or target alerts. So in other words, you can have a sound the bomb is casting. You cannot register a sound that says you are the bomb. That's a key distinction that Blizzard wanted to emphasize, that they don't want add-ons. Again, they're steering from things being directive. It's okay to have audible alerts that say a spell is being cast, especially when they recognize accessibility concerns. But they still want you to be consciously aware that you're targeted from playing the game, not the add-on playing it for you. And they said...
So I can set the sound for a big AoE bang to cloak now, or what? I think so, yeah. I wonder if you can change those sounds as well during the combat. Like, for the first cast of that, you get cloak now. For the second cast of that, you get feint. For the third cast, something else, you know? I don't know if you, because I think you could do something like that with like the private aura alerts. You could change the sound on them depending on where you are in the fight. I think I remember something like this. Reminders with extra steps. Good God, bro, what is happening? Why did they... Is this really needed? I don't know. I'm also okay with sound alerts being a thing, but any sound? Yeah, air horn? Really? Was air horn necessary? I'm wondering. Ugh. I'm tired, guys. I'm tired, boss. What are we doing here, man?
They're going to be extra vigilant.
Why? Like, why? You don't have this in Final Fantasy. It's all fine. No one... It's completely fine. No one's losing their minds over this. Why not? Because we're gonna abuse it. Because it's gonna be turning into an abuse fiesta. It's gonna be an advantage to use it, so you will have to use it. Even if, whether you like it or not, bro. That's why I don't like it. Can make literally any reminders from this except for condition on debuff. Literally any reminder sounds a bit excessive though, Seth. Are you assuming that you can change it during combat? Then you can do pretty much everything, yeah. You can also add delay to a sound. Like, the funny thing is, you can also, guys, like, let's say there is, I don't know, the boss will give, I don't know, everyone a debuff, right? Well, Scribe, you can't track the debuff, but when you know it's everyone, you can use that cast, and then you can, let's say you want to add a countdown to that debuff you receive, so you can now have, let's say the debuff is 10 seconds long, right? You can have an empty audio thing, like where it's just silent at the beginning. It's a 10-second file when the cast succeeds, and then for 7 seconds it says nothing, and then it will say 3, 2, 1, and then a gunshot. Poof. And it's just gonna be turning in this this Mickey Mouse game, bro. Like, where you know, Echo searching for the best exploit of the tier. How can we abuse this? Ugh. They lock it down during combat, it will be different. Yeah. I would say just allow specific, like, sounds only. Like, create 5 sounds. Keep that, and we're good. I don't know. There could be maybe I'm also okay if there's like a runaway little girl, you know? Okay. It's an iconic spell sound type of thing. And there's like a bunch of those, and that's it. And then you lock it in before combat starts, and it's over. I don't understand the necessity for this. We'll be looking into ensuring that raid warning. Oh, wait, I'm just going to let him talk.
About ensuring that you can see that you're the target without relying on these custom alerts or sounds going to you for it. They're going to make sure there's going to be excessive screen glow, very clear circles, very clear choreographing. That's their promise anyway. We will see if they deliver. I mean, they've said this before, and we still get red on red on red. You know, I'll believe it when I say it or see it. I'm a critic too. Cooldown manager. Blizzard will be making sure that add-ons can add their own sound options to the cooldown manager. They recognize that built-in sounds don't serve everyone, including those who suffer from misophonia, which is aversion to certain sounds. It's an accessibility concern that they recognize. If add-ons can register their own media to the cooldown manager, it means that you can have a suite of sounds, maybe
what the hell is misophonia, bro? Sounds completely made up. How's misophonia? Is a disorder that decreases tolerance to specific sounds or their associated stimuli or cues. These cues, known as triggers or experiences, unpleasant. Ah, okay. Yeah, like when I'm like eating cashew nuts on a microphone, and you guys are like, make it end, please scribe. I have that with snoring, but I guess some people are just, a lot of people are. I wouldn't be surprised if I, yeah, it's okay. But yeah, I have that with snoring, bro. If somebody, I didn't know I had this, and it was like crazy. I would get incredibly angry when people snore next to me. I was like completely lose my shit. It was wild. It's not as bad anymore. God bless. What if it's a puppy? I wouldn't care if it's a puppy, bro. Bro, I love my grandma, but I was staying at their place and she was snoring, and bro, I was gonna lose it. I was getting so angry. It was so weird. Yeah. But it's better for me now. I don't know what changed. Yeah. But anyways, yeah, so there might be like some people that hate certain sound cues, I guess. But then I would just disable the sound cue and provide some options rather than making it completely custom. But okay. I mean, maybe there's like some excessive people where they're like, that's crazy. If you're like, you hate 95% of sounds. Holy fuck, that's horrible. Never snore. Dude, I have some snoring stories, but don't want to out people like that on stream.
Sound pack similar to what WeakAura's had built in for when your cooldowns come up with Blizzard's own cooldown manager with the power of custom media. That's another big win. Miscellaneous.
I don't think it's a big
Blizzard
win.
will be adding an API to report boss health percentages and bosses remaining on a wipe. This is to address the new restrictions in Unit Died. And when I talked about my last video where I said harmless usage, like say like a council boss or Demencius, or has multiple phases, and we're just reporting the health alone was insufficient to quantifying the status of the wipe. So if the API is actually returning the boss percentage, the phase, the number of bosses defeated, now add-ons can quantify much better and the statistics can be complete while still restricting access.
This is Mystical. He is the author of DBM. It's weird that people call add-on developers authors, actually. Is that a thing in like other software? Software author? You would say software developer. I don't know.
Information like Unit Died or phase changes mid-fight. They don't want you to have access to this information mid-fight at all, but they're okay with doing a dump of information when the fight ends for statistical purposes, like what DBM and bigwigs do when they report a wipe. Blizzard has emphasized, again, they did not want to support nameplate timers, period, such as the timers from WeakAura's or bigwigs and DBM add over the nameplates and Mythic Plus that show the interrupt cooldown or the cooldown in the big AoE and stuff like that. They fully intend to make Mythic Plus approachable without this feature by ensuring that there'll be less casters per pull.
Is this a thing on Fellowship? Do you guys, on Fellowship, do you see the CDs of trash mobs and stuff? Or like non-boss units on their nameplate? I don't know. I haven't seen it when I played it, but maybe it changed.
Pass bars, etc., to mitigate the fact that you can't easily and readily see in 2 seconds, I need to switch to this target to kick this 1 second cast or we die. Well, now maybe it'll be a 3 second cast, and maybe you won't die if you miss it. You know, they want to approach it from a gameplay standpoint, not an add-on one. They don't want this in the stock UI.
Yeah, I know that one read first. That's good.
Blizzard has stated that they are against renaming spells in instructional ways, such as renaming a spell to soaks or frontal. They do not want to give add-ons access.
I think if they don't copy the whole interrupt style of Fellowship, I think it's just out of pride or scared that people are gonna flame them for copying it. It's just like, especially with these changes now, it just makes sense to just do it, right? Like it's a no-brainer. You get to see what the other person is focusing. You get to see their cooldown on it. It's just, why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you show this? It's so good.
Rename spells. This is something that both me and the Bigwigs author tried to ask for when we were talking about the raid timeline and warnings. We said players liked it when we renamed the spells, but Blizzard doesn't. They do not like that. They hate it, in fact. They want game knowledge to be a part of gameplay. That
I agree. I agree with Blizzard.
Knowing what a spell is without being told what it is part of gameplay in Blizzard's eyes. They want you to pull a boss and learn Super Phantasmo Osmo is a frontal. And they want you to know that with your game knowledge without having DBM saying, it's a frontal. Blizzard will be considering an API for querying whether you're close to a unit, but it will be a fixed distance, such as 100 yards. And that's for fights like last tier, Undermine, where you had the Raptor and the Gorilla, and you're on this side of the room, not on that side of the room, so you're only concerned with what's going on over here. What's going over here isn't your problem. And this about sums up what we got from the interview today with Ian and Andy. But it's a lot of good stuff, and it shows a lot of back and forth from feedback and acknowledging sore points.
This is a good
also
video.
drilling down areas where they won't be bending and sharing their philosophies with us and why they won't be bending on it. And it shows a lot of progress, though. A lot of good stuff is coming, and it's all still subject to change because this is still alpha, soon to be beta next week. This is the last week of alpha, and there's probably going to be a lot more feedback for both the boss encounter design as well as just basic unit frames and game functionality. But I'd say that this build and the future in general has a lot of big wins here. Which is why I tell people, don't be doomers yet. Try to give as much feedback as possible. And the biggest advice I can say is don't give the feedback saying, don't break my add-on. Instead say, this is what I was using the add-on for and why I needed that feature. Please consider making that feature part of the base UI. Like one core philosophy that was emphasized in this meeting is Ian is okay with add-ons doing pretty much anything the base UI can do. What he does not want to see is add-ons that exceed the potential of the base UI or start solving things for you in computational ways.
Show the damage meter. I mean, it's not installed yet.
And to him, computation was not just weak hours in the middle of a fight. It's also removing thinking from the process, like renaming a spell in their vision of World of Warcraft is solving things for you because it's making you not required to be knowledgeable about that spell. And that's something that being clarified to us today helps a lot to really understand their goals going forward. Thank you for watching. Please like and subscribe for more updates on this.
Liking it and subscribing. There you go, bro. He deserved it. It was a good, nice summary. I disagree with him on certain points. I think his mind is corrupted a little bit because he knows what the users want, the users of the add-on, but I think that's not necessarily what is best for the game. The API to report boss health and phase has a potential to leak info to users because it's made by Blizzard. Who knows the full extent of the fight? You're saying like if they showed like phase 1 out of 5 or something, or what do you mean? Oh, if you're saying they're making it smart, so it's like telling you you're 50% done, but even though the boss is at 90% health in P2. Yeah, could be. I don't think they're gonna do that though. I think they're just gonna give the flat percent and the phase. I don't think they're gonna make it smart. I'd be surprised personally. Okay, yeah, that was a mystical video. Do you know, Stith, what the SABT is? That rate target will be made usable by SABT. I still don't know what that is. I was hoping. Wait, is this perhaps
Another week?
Oh, that's 2 weeks ago. Is this part of this here? SABT. Oh, there.
Sounds like DBM or weak auras auto-marking targets in a dungeon or raid. But this came with a problem. This also meant that if you installed a unit frame add-on or anything other than default UI, those can set icons either just from doing something as simple as this. Right-clicking a name, set target, skull. That would get action blocked because it was an add-on setting an icon. But what they're doing here is allowing you to use the secure action button template, which basically means it was done with a secure action or a hardware input, such as right-clicking and using a drop-down.
Okay, we're safe. We don't have add-ons marking for us still. All good. Means you need to have hardware input to mark something. Yeah. Also, yeah, sorry, background is the mosque blasting, guys. There's a party going on. Means you need hardware input to mark something. That's interesting still, though. I don't know if you can do like some crazy shit where you pop like a big marker that you can click or something when you, I don't know, like not sure how this could be abused, I guess. I don't know. I'm not using these things. I have my keybinds. Not sure if there is a way though. Means you need her. Okay. I don't know. I don't think we need Mystical's input on this stuff. Maybe the max health stuff. I'm wondering what he's going to say about that. Should we just watch the video? I don't know. Maybe a break from things and then we see if there's not enough interesting stuff. We look at it again. Blizzcon tickets. On sale Friday, November 7th. Early bird pricing is $250. I mean, guys, I would say if you're gonna go to BlizzCon, you gotta get that like portal pass or something with it. It's just, to me, I don't know. I mean, it depends on the person, right? But to me, I would never go to BlizzCon unless I have a media pass or like some sort of special pass that I can enter through without waiting in the line. Because, bro, on that BlizzCon day, the amount of people in that line, it's, I mean, okay, maybe if you're like living very close, it could be still worth it. And you could maybe even go a bit late so you don't need to wait in queue and stuff like that. But there was, for example, no way in hell that you see the opening ceremony. In fact, you would have a better chance if you sit at home because you can watch it online. If you're in that queue, there's people all around you. You can't even like comfortably watch anything. There's no screen, nothing. You're just outside sitting in a line while the opening ceremony is happening, them releasing all the coolest news. It's a horrible experience. I don't know if they have any plans of improving it, but yeah, just my warning: if you get it, go with, I don't know, I don't see any portal pass or something like that this time. But I would only introduce. No, this is not it as well. This is some sort of party. Charity night. Oh, cool. Access to. Oh, this is all going to charity, I guess. We'll donate 100% of the purchase price to Blizzcon charity night add-on. That's cool, yeah. So it all gets donated to the charity. Yeah, but yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's worth to go there and sit in queue all day, personally. I'm surprised they don't have a portal pass thing going on. Weird. Also, what do we have at BlizzCon? Let's see. Opening ceremony. Yeah, exactly. That's the big stuff. Hands-on gameplay. Developer panels. I didn't actually play anything at the last BlizzCon. I don't know why. And that look behind the scenes. Blizzard Arcade. Sounds fun. Community night. Dark Moon Fair, BlizzCon. Oh, this is like, I'm not understanding the flow of this, but it's just like the first day, second day, and third day? I don't know. House on Tavern portfolio and resume reviews. Oh, like you can apply to work there? I don't know. March of the Murlocs. Yeah, this was a thing they did last time as well. World Cup, Overwatch. Is this a thing that's still active? Overwatch? It's crazy. Arena World Championship and Mythic Dungeon International. Oh, I thought it was always Mythic Dungeon Invitational or whatever. I don't know. Makes sense. International. Okay. Yeah. This does increase definitely the interest I have in the MDI. With Arena, we already have a cool team. With the MDI, it might make sense to make a team for Midnight even more. We were already considering it. Yeah. Masters Tour World Championship and Blizzard Classic Cup. Oh, so they have different games here. Wait, is that going to be Warcraft like 3 or Warcraft 2 or something? That'd be cool. StarCraft and Heroes of the Storm. That's interesting. I mean, the most exciting thing will be things that they won't announce yet, right? That's the juiciest stuff. Is there a new game? Is there, I don't know, Diablo 5 being announced? Or I don't know, man. Like what's going on World of Warcraft for the future? The last expansion. Are they gonna say anything about that? Yeah. I mean, they would, I would guess. I guess this is when they announced the last expansion. Do we know the name of the last expansion of the trilogy or whatever you call this? World Soul Saga? You had Dragonflight into Midnight into something. Oh, the Last Titan. Oh, yeah, yeah. True. So they would say things about that. Holy shit, you guys are all ready with that, dude. Last one is Walmart Black Friday. Yeah, that's right. So we might see a lot of news about that. Cool new systems. Damn, damn, this would be insane if they announced something like add-ons being like gone in the BlizzCon. That would be a risky fucking announcement, bro. Would have wanted to see how the crowd would react to that. Throwing tomatoes on onto the thingy. But yeah, the vibes are generally really good at BlizzCon. Last time it was really, really nice, at least. Unless we have a case of, do you guys not have consoles? And it's a fiesta. Are you planning to go? I mean, I will think that we will probably need to go because of work. Because they will want something that we do there. I will think, but I don't know. I think if they don't invite us, I don't think I would go. Yeah. I'm not a person that goes to cons just for fun. This is definitely the place where I met the most fans for sure. That was quite interesting. So many people that wanted to like take photos and signatures and stuff. So it's a nice atmosphere. Although some do not like it. I like it seeing people from the community. I just purchased a ticket yesterday. Yeah. He was saying he will just refund if we get invited, or you can you're allowed to resell these tickets and stuff. I mean, it's probably smart to buy a ticket honestly and just sell it for more expensive. It's I think a no-brainer kind of. Free money. But also, who cares? Okay, yeah. As for BlizzCon, what is this? Yeah, Blizzard announced midnight beta launches. Yeah, true. This is a post I didn't fully read as well. Over the course of the test, we'll be inviting community veterans, press, fan sites, friends, and a family to check out the upcoming expansion and give us feedback. Players who pre-purchase or who upgrade to the Epic Edition of Midnight will also gain access to the beta. That's pretty impressive. I don't know if they did that. I feel like they did that once, but yeah, so there should be quite a lot of people able to log in. Players selected to participate will receive an email invitation directly to download the game client directly from the battle. Players who pre-purchase the Epic Edition may... Oh, it's only Epic Edition, though. May also receive email notifications. As always, please be aware of phishing attempts. If you're unsure whether your invitation is legitimate, log in, blah, blah, blah. Okay, getting started. Join us in testing Midnight. Players who have opted in can be selected to be testers, and invitations will go out regularly throughout the test. If selected, minimum delay is up to 30 minutes after buying, and a launcher restart. Okay, graphic drivers, whatever. It's just installing. What's available? Okay, yeah. New systems, the complete leveling experience, zones, dungeons, delves, housing, and the new playable Haranier and Devourer Demon Hunter are all available. Ray testing will come at a later time, as with the alpha test. We'll be adding content through the initial weeks and running focus tests as needed. Okay. This is all the good stuff. I still haven't tested the praise system, by the way. You activities are you're looking for challenges. Journeys, talent updates, profession, PP updates, housing, user interface updates. That's the last point, yeah. And then week 2 to 3 is limited rate testing, excluding endboss and excluding endboss. Updated transmog system and plus dungeons, Midnight Season 1 dungeons. Upper tier delves, housing, and additional user interface updates. That's right. So that's on the 11th. So ray testing should start. Oh, what the fuck? My calendar sometimes in Windows just doesn't work. I'll just open my Google Calendar here. 11th, and then on the 18th. So we already have ray testing on like the 20th and 21st probably, and then on the 27th and 28th again probably. Okay. Exciting. Okay, cool. Some nice effects here going on. Okay, that's not a lot of effects. I don't even know what the effects here is. Oh, this thing. Okay. I expected more, but also I don't care at the same time, so guess it's doesn't matter. Oh yeah, the WoW and console interview. Oh, this is like a video interview.
But this might.
Who are these people even? I don't know them at all.
All right,
16 subscribers. This is the single best interview I've ever seen in the Warcraft space. This was the best interview. Okay, we're watching it, guys. That's from Mr. GM as well. It's not just trolling. All right, my goats don't have many subscribers, but apparently it's pretty good. Let's see.
Everybody, welcome to the Unshackled Fury podcast. If this is your first time, I'm your host, Berserker. With me is my co-pilot on this furious flight, Mr. Jez Corden. And today we are making good on the promise that we made about the 10th anniversary of this little show, that we were going to do something big, something colossal, something of great magnitude. And have we ever done it? Because I don't know if it gets much bigger than this. Because with us today, the man, the myth, the legend, friend to you and me, and perhaps the greatest beard model since the late, great Kenny Rogers himself, Mr. Ian Hazacostas, game director, World of Warcraft. Welcome.
What an introduction. Hey, guys. Pleasure to be here.
Oh, bro, Ian on the webcam microphone. Guys, can they like get sponsored by Elgato or something? I don't know, just some microphone company, bro.
Happy to have you. The credit to Jez for the heavy lift here, and our friends there at Blizzard. It's a real pleasure to have you on and get a piece of your time. I know you're very busy, especially these days. We got a lot going on with midnight coming up around the corner and a bunch of other things. So
one or two things. One or two plates fitting.
Maybe just a couple. But this might be a little bit different for you. I know, these are kind of the famous Shotgun Ian 30-minute interview specials, and a lot of times I think these have been with streamers. I don't know the last time you've been on a proper podcast. I know we got this like video contingent going on here, but this is still very much a podcast. So. Apologies in advance that this might be a little bit different, but I promise this should be a good time. So
no, I'm all about it. I'm here to have a fun conversation. Let's talk about anything and everything.
Oh, I'm so glad you said that, because typically when I have a guest on, and Jez knows this because at one time he was subject to one of these, I like to talk about the person that we're having on. And quite frankly, I think you're a very interesting dude. People kind of forget that you're a human. I know I see your face on like the cover of, other content creator videos. It's like, oh, look what he did this time. Oh my God. That kind of stuff. And I think people kind of forget there's an actual person back there. And so if I may quickly, and I'd have a million questions about this if we had, I don't know, 3 times as much time. But I want to run through this quick.
That is a long intro, by the way.
And forgive me if any errors here, but from the East Coast originally, New York Yankee fan.
This must be like a really rough start, but soon it's gonna be like really popping off this interview, guys. Trust.
Listen, I'm repping the anti-Dodger Giants love right here, so I don't know how you're feeling about those Blue Jays, but
in my defense, also, like, I grew up in the 80s. The Yankees were actually actively terrible for all of the 80s, so I wasn't like just hopping on the bandwagon of, you know, the multi-championship winning team. But yeah, I grew up in the Bronx, so
there it is. Fair enough. Mother, elementary school teacher, introduced you to educational video games and other type games at an early age. Father reading you Greek myths of legend, kind of getting all of, you can see where all of this is kind of getting mixed up. I
know what talk you've watched.
It was a good one. There's a couple, actually, if people haven't kind of gone out there and searched the bowels of the internet. There are some good talks that our man here has given. Mind for Puzzles, high school math team captain. My goodness. Look at these bona fides, but bigger than most, in my mind, Harvard graduate.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Undergraduate. What'd you study? What'd you get your degree in?
It was, the major was called social studies. It was like a mix of different humanities. It was like government, philosophy, economics. I knew I wanted to go to law school next at the time, so I was trying to do like a pre-law kind of thing there.
That makes sense. I was poli-sci, and I thought I wanted to.
That's a crazy thing, bro. You go to Harvard and you study social studies, government, and philosophies. What the fuck?
Do the same thing, and then I saw what it entailed, and it scared the hell out of me, so I backed away. But good for you, because NYU School of Law was your eventual future. Got your degree there. As an aside, John Grisham is your inspiration. Boy, I don't know too many attorneys that have said that before.
I mean, look, I was a book I read at the age of like 12, and I was like, mafia stuff aside, this dude's life sounds pretty cool. I want to learn more about it. And I don't know, my parents were happy when I said I want to be a lawyer.
It's not just about it in the interview.
So I just kind of chased it.
So I'm glad that you brought up your parents, because eventually I got a question about this. So you end up in DC, you're a clerk for a bit, and then you end up in a firm and you're practicing, you're attorney by day, legal by day, raid leader at night for one of the most famous, infamous groups of all time. Perhaps if you've been around long enough, elitist jerks, whose website those of us of a certain age have all been on. But through personal connections of yours, you wind up making the jump to Blizzard eventually. And so the question that I have for you, and this is something that I think a lot of people might benefit from hearing, how do you have the confidence to make that kind of jump? Because your parents must have thought you were crazy, going from the gravy train on biscuit wheels to now you're gonna go develop video games on the West Coast. And how does somebody have the confidence to make that jump?
Yeah, my parents thought I was out of my damn mind. Because I mean, as far like they didn't even know what World of Warcraft was.
Yeah, this guy definitely talked too much. I'm so surprised that people like this interview so far. But I mean, the topic is interesting. I will just let Ian answer questions more.
Like their initial reaction was like, "This sounds like a scam. Why would anyone?"
Also, by the way, this guy's just sitting here. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what their podcast dynamics are like. But yeah, it's a bit weird.
Pay you to do this? What do you know about any of this? And then separately from that, like, you've spent 7 years in school chasing this. Why are you walking away from it? I think what made me take the plunge. So it was an incredibly unique opportunity. You know, again, a couple folks in my guild had come to work for Blizzard. I had been sending feedback emails in for a couple of years, starting in Encourage, to people like Jeff Kaplan, who's then game director on World of Warcraft. And so, I was kind of on their radar in that sense. In 2008, I was actually like applying for other legal jobs at the time. I was looking to switch firms. I wasn't super happy with the work I was getting where I was. And I was just complaining to my friends online about, job applications suck, sending out resumes, waiting to hear back, getting ghosted, all of that. And one of my friends, who was here mentioned, "Hey, have you ever thought about sending a resume out to Blizzard?" So I almost did, like, on a lark. I was like, what's the harm? Why not? And then, of course, like, when I got an interview, it was an amazing opportunity to sit down with people I'd idolized and just talk World of Warcraft with them for a day. But I didn't even seriously think that I was going to make a whole life career change at that time. I was just fascinated and kind of awestruck just as a fan. to have that experience.
Sure.
And then when I ultimately got an offer, what it came down to for me was like, well, where I was in my life. So in my late 20s, was single, was looking for a change. And the idea of like, it felt a little bit stuck in a rut. And so the idea of like, you know what, I'm going to move 2,000 miles from where I've ever lived. I'm going to do something totally and completely different. What an adventure that would be. And I was very fortunate to have a legal degree to fall back on. You know, I did speak to the legal recruiters I was working with, and I asked them, like, if I took a year away from the law, how crazy would that be? How damaging would that be long term? And their answer was, you know, if you have a good explanation for that year off, it's no big deal. So what I told myself was, I'm going to give this a try. I'm going to do something kind of crazy. I'm going to uproot my life. Because if I don't, I'll always wonder, what if? What would it have been like? I knew that there would come a time, like this was a once in a lifetime opportunity. Yeah. If I let it pass me by, I'd come home someday, maybe the next year, maybe 5 years down the road, having had a crappy day at work, feeling a bit down, and think to myself, like, man, I wish I'd seen what that was all about. And so I wanted to know, and I didn't want to have a life that, you know, had regret hanging over it. And so I moved out here, and by 2 weeks in, I was like, okay, no, I'm in. This is it. Like, I love this. I can't get enough of it. And I've never looked back, and it's been 17 years.
Regret is a hell of a motivator sometimes, but that is an excellent way, I think, to look at things, is that adventure, right? Embrace the adventure, right? If there's anything I've learned from Lord of the Rings, embrace the adventure. So good for you. Now, listen, I'm going to tell you something you probably already know, but I have tremendous confidence in you, and that this game is in the right hands with you at the helm. And I know you get grief, and you're very good about handling it. If I were you, I'd be on a therapist couch every week. These nerds are getting at me. So I don't know how you do it. But let me tell you, this is how I know this. For anybody that's watching, anybody that's listening, this is how I know these things. I want to take you back to the heady days of BlizzCon 2016, where I held Ian hostage over by some food trucks. And again, many years later, inside the Marriott, there we are. This gracious man, even though, look, you can see he's trying to get away from me, and I don't blame him at all. I would be too.
It's true.
But here was a man.
You look very happy in that picture.
Look how happy.
You know the things where they draw the lines, guys, yeah? You can see the line, bro.
I am thrilled. It's the happiest I've ever been in my life. So here we are, especially in 2016, and you're busy. It's BlizzCon. Things are going wild, and you are out there. You're having every conversation with people. You still are that way, as far as I know, to this day. You're very gracious with your times, being here as an example. But there was something that you said to me back then that really struck me, was that, just as an offhanded comment, that was the first day that you hadn't completed your emissary quests. And it was one of those things where I was standing there with my buddy Russ, and we were like, he really does play the game. He really is in it. This isn't just some like cover. This isn't just something, well, I used to do a thing, now I don't do a thing. Like, you really are a man of the people. Like, you are truly one of us. I think there's a great handful of people that I've come across there at Blizzard that.
Yeah, he does yap a lot, but it's true though. And if he didn't play the game, like, I'm also thinking, if I was doing my work without, like, that's why I'm streaming as well, to you know, in a sense, because then I know what it feels like to be a streamer in Echo, and then still playing the game up until time. Actually, Ian probably plays more WoW than me, bro. That's kind of crazy. Yeah, that is actually wild when I think about it. But I'm not necessarily saying it as like a glaze or whatever. But I think people that are in charge of things, they also need to do the things themselves. Otherwise, it's just the product will suffer a lot. So that's a good thing. I don't know if he still plays a lot. I know he did in the past and was raiding and stuff, but yeah.
You really are one of us, and I think you deserve the credit to continue that passion from kind of both lenses, as a player and as a game director, where you've got so much going on there. You know, and you have even said yourself recently about sort of the evolution of your own kind of thinking about the game, you know, transitioning over time. But I guess the question that I would have for you is kind of reversing that lens. What's the biggest evolution that you've seen in the WoW community, in the Warcraft community, since you've come on board as an employee?
First of all, thank you for all the very kind words. I mean, I love what I do, and I wake up every day knowing I'm incredibly lucky to be able to do this. And when we have BlizzCons, it's always simultaneously the most
biggest evolution
exhausting
of the
and energizing few days of any given year. Right? It's like I need to sleep for a week when it's over. But what a delight to be able to connect with the people whose work, who has touched them directly, and to see that and to hear their thoughts and to hear their stories about the game. Everyone always comes back like super energized, ready to go. But about the community at large, I mean, it's a great question. Just trying to think through. I don't know that this change is unique to the World of Warcraft community, but I think as a game that's been going for 20 years now, World of Warcraft and its community have really grown up with the internet, and the way that online communities and the spread of information and discussions have evolved, I think, have inevitably shaped how we approach the game and how we approach speaking to our community. What you guys do is awesome, so I don't want to paint a very broad brush here, but I think
Bro, it's 12 minutes into the interview, guys. This is crazy. This was the best interview I've seen in a long time. I gotta ask, I mean, boys, this part of the interview, the next part must be insane. I'm just saying, guys, it must be fucking.
And the rise
buckle in, buckle up, or whatever.
In World of Warcraft, but really all gaming spaces, I think is something that we've, really had to think about how it affects the way our community thinks about the game. Using BlizzCon as an example, I've been to every BlizzCon except the very first. I've been to all of them since 2008 as a developer. Talking to tons of folks, as I would always do. I would always want to get feedback, ask people like, hey, if there's something we could change about the game to make it better for you, what would that be? Prior to around 2016 or so, 2017, you'd get incredibly diverse answers from people. You'd get answers that reflected their personal experience, the things that they and their guildmates complained about or talked about on Vent or whatever at the time.
Oh, really?
That they
I heard about this part.
Share a piece of their mind with me about. More recently, and this is just how information works, it's much more common to have someone be like, okay, I love the game for the most part, but there's a few things you need to change. And as they list the first couple, I'm like, I know exactly which video you watched. I know who made that video. And I know what the next 3 things you're going to say are. That doesn't make that feedback less valid, but it's definitely much less organic.
Bro, when we were at Paris Games Week, guys, I just realized, I remember it again. Maris was talking about the add-on changes. I think we're one of the few teams in WoW that is actually thinking that the add-on changes are in a positive direction. I don't know. I feel like the other teams are quite against things generally. But Maris was mentioning this, and there was a guy in the crowd, and he just went, nah, bro, that is so wrong. He was so pissed off that Maris was saying that it reminds me of him saying people are influenced by others' opinions. I don't know if he was influenced by anyone, but man, he was pissed off. I was just sitting there laughing. I looked at Maris, but we had mics on, so I couldn't say anything. I was like, I'll say later, but I forgot to tell him. He made a fan real mad, bro.
Much more homogenous than it used to be. And that's, I think, to use an example of how this has informed some of our actual design thinking. It's looking at the changes we made to Mythic Plus going into War Within. We basically completely overhauled and effectively removed affixes at the very high end. And it was interesting looking at the discourse around Mythic Plus in late Dragonflight over that summer, leading into War Within, where at the very high end, everyone was incredibly anti-affix. All the content creators, everyone talking about, who did Mythic Plus seriously, hated affixes. And that became the kind of the broad community view of these are the problem with Mythic Plus. even espoused by people who weren't pushing high keys at all, who were just trying to get keys done for their vault. And I think part of realizing that was understanding like these groups of players are almost playing different games effectively. Like, yes, if you are trying to push the leaderboards, then back in the old system, a week where the affixes had a potentially slightly lower ceiling on what was possible, those were dead weeks. It wasn't even worth running keys.
It's true, Saying. I'm pretty sure people said that affix is gone was a good thing.
But that wasn't
high key pushing
players in the Mythic 8 range, and yet they were telling us they hated affixes and they needed to go. We bifurcated the system where there is a rotating pool of Kiss Curse affixes still that do have randomness to them, do have variation in what's possible from week to week, up to 12. Completely got rid of them above that. That talking point, that community complaint just vanishes completely because it was ultimately being driven and fueled by the very legitimate complaints, to be clear,
right,
of a vocal minority of the player base who also happen to be the ones who are.
Bro, this is so creepy. This guy's looking at the camera and not at Ian while he's talking. What the hell?
Writing the guides, making the videos, streaming all the time, talking about what they like and don't like about the system. And so it's like
distracting me.
Meeting players where they are and understanding what's going
staring
to
into my eyes,
make them happy, what's going to satisfy different audiences. I think we view through a slightly different lens than we used to as we process the feedback that we're getting, because it is often informed by others' perspectives and not just your own experience as a player.
Excellent answer. Appreciate that. Jez actually has a couple questions that are going to tie into this in just a minute, but just to get a couple more.
Maybe Jez is the Giga Chat, and now it's going to fully ramp up.
Any updates on a midnight beta launch? I know people have been asking about that.
You will have a date for that by the time this airs formally, I believe. I think we might be announcing it like literally today or tomorrow as this is being recorded. So it's going to be early November. Exact date to follow. It's a couple weeks away.
Okay, sounds good. Last question for me before I turn it over to Jez. Thinking about the World Soul Saga arc as a whole, we've been told the design of this is intended in large part to tie up all these loose ends that we've got going on in World of Warcraft. How much of that is guiding your, I guess, decision making when putting all of this together? And maybe more to a finer point, are there still little seeds that are being planted for the future, or is this intended to be like kind of all encompassing and then we're starting completely fresh?
So I think absolutely. We're tackling this magnum opus of a trilogy. I think it's been very exciting for the team to be able to plant seeds and have threads that we know are going to pay off down the line.
Still ramping the
interview
right now.
Planning, but we've never known with as much specificity what story we're going to be telling in 2 years or 3 years in ways that allow us to like really foreshadow in a deep way, rather than just kind of like, hey, we came up with a cool idea, we could sort of tie this back to a thing we did and make it make sense. But at the same time, we're also mindful that we need each beat of the World Soul Saga, each expansion, to still feel approachable and to stand on its own as a self-contained, satisfying story. You shouldn't feel like if you missed the War Within, there's no point playing Midnight, and ditto for the Last Titan around the corner. But at the same time, the World Soul Saga is not the end of World of Warcraft. We're not trying to wrap up and conclude everything.
Thank you.
And we'd be irresponsible if we have a lot more stories to tell, a lot more exciting things to come. And we are also mindful of lessons learned from other IPs like maybe Marvel Cinematic Universe, and trying to rebuild momentum after like everything came to a climax in Infinity War Endgame. So we need to be planting those seeds and beginning those threads that we're going to keep pulling on, so that there are a lot of unanswered questions at the end of the World Soul Saga. We do need to pay off and resolve the.
Bro, I wonder how this game would be if like story was completely irrelevant. I don't even know how that would work, but you can't have just like dummies that you hit, right? With just like literally like a random ass dragon pops and you hit it, and then next thing is like a random elemental would have died back in 2004. I don't know. I mean, that's the way I'm playing the game personally. So I'm wondering how it would be, if it was like that for other people as well. Like the thing is, obviously it's a negative, right? It doesn't do anything good except for taking less time. It would be like Fellowship, exactly. That's why, like, I don't know. For me, it wouldn't change anything. For a lot of people, it would. I'm wondering for how many people is that the case, and also can they take that time and those resources and put that elsewhere to improve the game. If it's that way, no one would have played it back then. That's true. Well, I don't know actually, but it would be way less fun. I agree with that. Like definitely in classic WoW, I really love the idea of orcs, trolls, you know, humans, night elves, all that stuff. Like was insanely good. But nowadays, I couldn't give a flying fuck about anything. And I'm wondering for how many other people is that the case. Especially if it meant like getting a better game. I don't know, bro.
Big ones that have been hanging over us. But along the way, it shouldn't be a surprise what the next expansion after last.
I think maybe another way of doing it would also be, instead of killing the RP elements completely, you push more on it. Like I feel like it's being half-assed. Like for example, the Warcraft movie, that's an interesting thing to do. I think that fuels players. Like obviously that's not just like you make profit from the movie alone and that's it, right? Like that movie fuels players to play Warcraft, to play World of Warcraft and things like that. So wondering if there was like a new Warcraft 4 RTS and a movie that comes out about the new expansion and like shit like this. I feel like we should either do more or I would also want to see what would happen if we did less for the story part of it. Even League is pushing its story, and that's just a MOBA. I think a lot of people say, true, yeah, League is pushing that. And I was actually surprised about that as well, to a degree. But I would say even League is pushing it more than WoW, in a weird way, right? They released a whole series. I liked the movie as well, yeah. I had fun at the movie, dude. There's no way WoW survives a single expansion without the story elements. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. League's also trying to make an MMO, so it makes more sense. That's true. I guess they're building up more stories, right? You're right. They also have this trading card game as well. They're just developing the IP more. I guess, yeah, I mean, that's what I'm thinking. Like, either they should do more or they should do less. I don't know. This thing where we're just using WoW to tell the story, I don't know. It's not doing much for me, at least.
Titan is going to be, or the thing after that. There should be a natural continuation that, you know, keeps the story moving forward, as opposed to just this like drastic endpoint.
There are
and
books.
Then lack of clarity as to what's going to follow.
I guess.
I appreciate hearing that, Ian, because I don't have a life. I don't have anything else to do. So without World of Warcraft, then my wife has to put up with me, and you know she's a great woman, doesn't deserve that. So, all right, I'm gonna turn this over to Jez because speaking of midnight, I think he's got some questions.
All right, guys,
here
Jez is gonna bring this to another level.
Or high on at the moment. So, Mr. Corden, take it away.
Yeah. So, you know, first of all, thank you again from myself too for fielding our questions. And
Of course.
I feel like maybe potentially, you know, it's you mentioned like influencers and how like sort of discourse can be homogenized now. Like, I've definitely felt that as you know, as I've come sort of like, I'm not like a huge influencer or whatever, but like as I've watched my platform grow and I've sort of liaised with other people who've got a platform, you do sort of start to identify where like everyone's kind of making the same videos about the same topics, and I suppose maybe I owe you a little bit of an apology because I posted a report last week about what the next Xbox is going to look like. I suppose you might have seen it. And in that article, and I had no intentions of this happening, but I used World of Warcraft as an example of what that potentially might look like. And then extrapolating from that, and obviously I'm not going to ask you to speak to what, Microsoft's plans are if indeed you even knew them, but the community now has sort of conspiracy theory has coalesced around what this plan might look like, and it's sort of tied into some of the design changes that are going into Midnight, specifically add-ons, the pruning of skills, the sort of merging of skills, and the removal of interrupts, and trying to reduce cognitive load and things like that. And people have started to assume that this is with the goal of bringing the game to consoles or trying to make it more accessible to broaden scrub, dumb it down kind of thing. I wondered if you could speak to some of those, some of that discourse about the design philosophy of Midnight.
Guys, it's 8 minutes left. But if you're still high hopes, I will check the reply section after.
And if indeed this is all designed,
my hopes and Jez are definitely gone. But I don't know, man. Maybe at the end of the interview, I don't know. Something happens. I don't know. Eden Hazakosa starts dancing or something, and that would still be good content, and it would be the best interview ever, kind of. So we'll see.
By some
just see your face,
to bring the game to gamepads and stuff like that.
It is not. I mean, I think just to be fully transparent, there's no reason for us to hide anything about this. If we were actively working towards bringing World of Warcraft to consoles or a bunch of other platforms, we'd be saying, like, we're actively working towards it. We know we have a lot of work to do, but it's a place where we want to land. Our focus remains right now on the PC-based experience.
I mean, that's kind of fake also. Like, if they were wanting to bring this to Xbox, doing all these changes and saying that you're going to try to bring it to Xbox would be really bad, because the PC users would be tilting, thinking they are worsening the game to make it fit Xbox. So there's absolutely a reason to hide that they are doing this, and in the background slowly prepare it for Xbox. 100%. Doesn't mean they are trying to do that. I don't know if they're trying to do that. But him saying there's no reason for us to hide this, incorrect. There is absolutely a reason. People would lose their shit if they initially said, we're going to prepare this game for Xbox and we have a long way, to get there, and then started doing these add-on and class printing changes. People would lose their shit completely. Which is a reason you want to avoid that.
And I think a lot of these changes as a package are about approachability broadly. World of Warcraft is an incredibly complex game. And as much as,
I don't understand it. Like, if you know it's an incredibly complex game, why do you do certain decisions, like adding augmentation evoker the way it was, or creating these talent trees and hero talents the way they were? I don't understand, man.
I know there's members of the community who celebrate that complexity, but I think there's a big difference between having a very high skill ceiling in a game, having a tremendous amount of depth, and just having complexity. I think our goal has always been,
because they get to make guides and people have to watch them and they make good money.
Blizzard's goal has always been with all of our games to have them be easy to learn and nearly impossible to master. And I think a lot of our changes in World of Warcraft in Midnight are aimed at improving the easy to learn side of that spectrum. I think the skill ceiling in this game is still going to be incredibly, incredly high. You're going to see people who have been pro level PvPers, people running MDI, people, topping the leaderboards in Mythic Plus, people pushing the race to World First. The same people are going to be the ones who are coming out on top in this world. And there will be countless challenges for them to, tackle as they try to approach perfection. Really, we've been talking about this for about a year now philosophically. This is us stepping back and kind of taking stock of the state of the game, what's required to play it well, what's required to even play it at what is now kind of a baseline level for the community at endgame. What, a normal or heroic rating guild is expecting you to know or to have installed or to do, what an average Mythic Plus pug is expecting of you, and making sure that those expectations are reasonable. And so, the changes that we're making, unlike on the class side, for example, unlike the last round of pruning that we did like 8 years ago, 10 years ago, where we actually just focused very heavily on button count in terms of number of abilities in your spellbook, and we mostly pruned utility abilities that maybe didn't feel as commonly used by the average player. The feedback we got around that was that was doing a lot to harm class and spec identity. That was actually in some ways lowering the skill ceiling.
I remember when they removed Inner Fire and Inner Will, bro. That was sad. I was one of the only priests using this, because you would always go Inner Fire, but because it gave you like armor and some spells were physical or whatever. But sometimes there was moments in the fight where there was no damage incoming and you just needed to move quickly. So you went Inner Will, and that gave you like, it was very little as well, but it was like 20% movement speed or something. So like in an intermission where you just have to walk or something, you would go Inner Will. And back then this movement speed mattered because you didn't have tons of movement speed giving buffs. And then they just took that out and just removed it. Like, it wasn't really harming anyone, and it was this like niche way to like swap between the two stances that almost no one does, but it's like it doesn't really increase your skill massively. It's just a small thing. I think intellect, maybe Inner Fire even gave you intellect, I'm not sure, or crit or something like this. So it was very rare that you would take this away from yourself. Yeah, they removed shit like that. They also at some point even removed life grip from Shadow again, and I was very sad about that. Yeah, I'm glad that they're not wanting to remove that those kind of things too much.
Because we were taking
niche
abilities away that let players feel cool or smart and differentiate themselves because they were using them properly. But what we weren't doing back then was slightly simplifying the core combat rotation that 100% of players need to do. And again, that's more the approach we're taking here today of how many abilities do we have that are redundant, that are commonly macroed together, that really are just, there's no deep gameplay to them. It's just like, it's the right answer to push this every 15 or 20 seconds on cooldown when it's up, no matter what. And maybe you build a week or something to remind you to make sure you're always doing that. Is that really adding interesting gameplay? Is that adding depth? Or is it just adding complexity? And that's what we've tried to target. Now, I'm not going to say that we are finished or that we've done a perfect job there, but that's been the starting point of this overall approach. And the team is continuing to iterate over the course of alpha and beta to follow.
Oh, what was the question even? I don't know what the question was, but it was an interesting answer at least.
I mean, it's I did jump into Midnight, and played around my Warlock a little bit.
Oh, consoles. Those were consoles. We got to, I see, yeah, and then like why things got pruned and stuff. Okay, yeah.
I've been playing Demonology for almost 20 years. I'm not someone who makes alts and or even tries other specs really. I mean, I can play Affliction and Destruction, but it's like I like my Felguard, I had him since Burning Crusade. He's my bro. So I did kind of feel like when I was setting on my action bars for Midnight, it was like, oh, there's only 2 rows of abilities now, pretty much. Things like Health Funnel merged with Drained Life and things like that, which to some degree I like kind of get, But is that?
I wonder if some people are gonna keep the 2 keybinds for the 2 different actions, even though they can keep the same button. Because apparently, Drain Life and what did you say? I think like healing your pet and healing yourself with Drain Life on others. I guess it does a different thing depending on if you target a target enemy or if you target your pet. But I wonder if people are gonna keep the 2 keybinds for. Even though Health Funnel, yeah, exactly, he said Health Funnel, right? So you could have Drain Life still in a separate keybind than your Health Funnel, just because they're used to it already. I could see that, and could see it being like simpler for the brain. I don't know.
like,
I'd probably do it.
like you say, you're going to iterate and things like that. Is there a point where you're looking at where like, oh, we might have made this too easy? Because like one of the things that I've always sort of struggled with trying to get friends and family into this game is especially like the lower levels and stuff. They're like, this game is like so easy to the point of being disengaging.
Yeah.
So like actually finding that point, that sweet spot where people actually feel challenged and engaged, that can actually be an issue too. So I wonder if like, is there a point where you might go, oh, actually we've maybe removed too much of the.
This is not a thing. This is just completely made up. I do not believe it. I don't think there's a single person that started playing World of Warcraft fresh and saw this is too easy. Especially like he's using easy in this case to and indicates simplicity. Because he's talking about like removing spells and stuff like that. It's not about the difficulty of the game, it's about the complexity of the game. There's not a single person that will play WoW and think this game is too simple. I do not believe it. This is completely made up. 100% made up. Jez has been a full letdown.
Engaging.
I will dislike this video soon.
A class or a spec.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it now
and stuff like that. Because I openly admit, I think playing Disc, like as a dumb warlock, playing Discipline Priest, I think almost gave me an aneurysm. I was like, how do people do this? I've got new respect for healers after that.
Yeah, so I think that it's certainly possible that there are places where we have gone too far, as I acknowledged, right? I think this is probably the simplest that we're going to get, right? I think we did whatever pruning and streamlining we were going to do pretty upfront. If we're hearing from players that in some cases we've gone too far, or it feels like there are gaps in their rotation or beloved abilities that are missing, those are things that the team is very open to returning. That said, I think we also it's not a bad place for us to have a range of complexity when it comes to different specs. We have, with the number of specs we have in the game at this point, particularly on pure DPS classes where you have 3 options.
Oh, you had BM Hunter always, right?
It's okay if there's one that feels a little bit simpler, a little bit more accessible. Beast Mastery Hunter has been kind of the marquee example of this for years, right? If someone is looking for a relatively straightforward spec to play over many expansions, that's one of the top recommendations. It's also no surprise that is one of the most popular specs out there, even when they're not at the top of Sims or the meters, because of that. And there is a very healthy appetite among a broad base of players for simpler specs. And so do we want everything to be that? No. We also want there to
If people tried a game and they quit because they sent it too hard, it was overwhelming for them. Yeah, this is just full on lie. Like there's no person that will play WoW and think it's too simple if it's their first time. It's impossible. Like, I hate it because it's a lie. Like, I know it's a lie. Why would you ask something like this? You can say there's a lot of people that are used to this complexity and now suddenly it's becoming simple to them, and that's annoying. What do you think about that, right? I can see that question being valid. But what the fuck? A new player thinking it's too simple? It's just not real.
Be the more challenging ones that, particularly if you're speccing into certain talents where you can opt into extra layered complexity.
Just like in the video.
We're trying to really cast a very broad net here to offer something for every type of playstyle. But we also understand that, as you said, if you played...
So live when leveling, you literally have like 2 spells. Doesn't matter. Still not too simple.
Warlock, you played Demo for years and years and years and years. We don't want to too significantly change that out from under people in ways that contradict their expectations or the things that they've come to fall in love with.
You always had you, bro.
That said, with
I had water in my mouth, bro.
We're adding new things. We're adding Apex talents. We're going to have new set bonuses, new things to layer on top of all of this. And so we do need to be mindful. I mean, that's why we use the pruning analogy. We can't just have like unfettered, unshackled growth open-endedly, or things are just going to collapse under their own weight. We do need to think about what pieces we can remove or streamline a bit as we continue to add to allow healthy growth.
Sounds
all
good.
Right. That is fantastic. As a lifelong Fury warrior, I just like hitting things hard and mindlessly. So thank you for letting me continue to do that. That's the most important aspect of all. I know we've got a hard stop here at 10 o'clock, so appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
I am honestly baffled. This must be I do not understand. The audience must be so hungry to like some personal information in these interviews that I don't know. They are. I don't know, bro. Maybe we're just doomers, guys. I don't want to be like dooming either, but if I can see you saying like I enjoyed like you know, you asking him about his personal life and getting to know him a bit better, but this is the single best interview I've ever seen in the Warcraft space. I don't know, bro. Maybe I don't know nothing. Maybe it's a I'm wrong about everything. Who knows? They should I don't know. Maybe they should cancel Race War first and instead push on pet battling or something. I don't fucking know what's going on. How can I be this wrong? This is a thing though that we all agree on, I think. I think the mage will be best in midnight. What spec you mean? I don't fucking know, bro. Who knows? This was some fucking high vibration. I don't know, guys. I guess we're all cooked in the head or something. Okay, we got this, and then we add more boss mode functionality coming midnight. Did you already watch this? Yeah. Okay, yeah, we did look at all of this. Alright, well, nothing new. I could log into the beta, I guess, to see what's happening IRL. IRL meaning Midnight Alpha. Our parent person teaching them there was too much buttons where things are laid out with spec is the best guide they think they need at level 1 and trying to get to max level as well. It was too much for them. Bro, you gotta work on typing, not me with you. What are you cooking on, bro? Are you on the mobile phone driving at the same time? And like Istanbul traffic? Or even worse, Paris traffic, bro? What is happening? This is some next level stuff. I don't know. Like, I don't even understand it anymore. It must be maybe speech to text or something. Dude, we're turning toxic. Dude, this interview ruined me. I was a nice guy up until this interview. Up until I saw the comment, honestly. If I didn't see the comments hyping it up, do you see? It's like expectations, guys. They built up expectation. If the comment said this was the worst interview ever, I would be like, you know, it wasn't that bad. But now I'm tilted. What is this video? Means he has ability for his brutal. I gotta say, Belular does some good clickbaiting. Listen, with Belular, when he does a bad video, I respect the hustle. Because it is always sponsored, it's a good clickbait, and it gets views. You gotta respect it. But I'll watch it anyways. I'm baited already. You guys said it's a good video. Maybe it is good this time.
This is why our alpha coverage has been a little bit late, because to actually do things right for midnight, we basically had to look at everything. And one thing is clear, Midnight is not going to be the WoW that we're used to, and Blizzard...
I'm going
How bad
forward. We know Incogni, we were sponsored by them.
Is it? Well, you're almost definitely losing some buttons. On average, specs are losing almost 3 things to press. To be specific, the actual average we calculated is 2.74. Now, look at the whole picture. Of all the specs that we tested, only 5 came out with more or the same number of buttons. The other 34, well, they are losing at least 1 button, and in the most brutal cases, up to 6 buttons. You may be wondering who got hit hardest then. Well, it's Holy Paladin, Holy Priest, and Enhancement Shaman. Then, on the other end, both Death Knight DPS specs actually gain a button, as does Fury Warrior. But here's the thing. The most common amount of buttons removed is a much more reasonable 2 buttons. Of course, knowing how much you lose is one thing, but we've also got total numbers to compare, where right now the average spec in World of Warcraft has 26.92 buttons to press. In Midnight, that drops to a nice round 24. The smallest amount right now is 22 buttons, and the highest amount is a rather insane 37. That, by the way, belongs to Resto Druid because of their cat form DPS, which isn't a surprise. Druids in general are a little bit bloated because of all their different forms. But they're not that much worse than others. Take a look here at Brewmaster Monk. They have 31 buttons, the highest of any tank in the game. Affliction and Demonology Warlock, they have got 29 each. That is a lot for just doing some DPS. In Midnight, all of these are coming down. As an example, Resto drops to 34, which is still super high. They're definitely an outlier. But Brewmaster, it comes down to 26. Warlocks drop to 25 and 26 respectively, but it's not just the higher end of things getting pruned. Take, as an example, Fire Mage and Havoc Demon Hunter. They were actually tied for the least number of buttons at 22. But in Midnight, they're actually down to 19 and 18 buttons respectively. So yes,
Fire Mage is an exception, but I think Havoc, at least, even though with 22 buttons, I mean, also Fire Mage in the previous expansion, I would say was quite hard, actually. I mean, okay. Not like super hard, but decently hard, I would say. And Havoc was definitely hard. It may have been that many buttons only, but like you displacing your character and stuff is part of the skill, right? So using buttons alone to judge how difficult or complex a class is a bit sus. Also with Mage, like there's a big difference between good mages and bad mages. More than in other cases, just simply because of Blink and Alter Time. So yeah, and also this many active personals they have.
Pruning is absolutely happening, and it's impacting almost everybody. But that's not the full picture, because
New
I've not
fire is a
actually
bit too
explained
much.
what I even mean by
Too much
button
pruning
yet. Because it turns out this story goes way beyond those numbers. My big fear would be losing my core gameplay, and that's where there is some good news. Of course, not every button is a button that you press all of the time. Plus, we're coming into a new expansion, which also means 10 new talent points. And here's why those things matter. You are probably losing more damage buttons than you are utility. So let me explain what all of this data actually is, and how we even got the numbers that I've been talking about today. What we did is we built a custom add-on that scrapes Blizzard's spellbook. Yeah, we went that deep for this video. Kind of cracked, but it was pretty fun. Now obviously, you don't have every spell at once because of your talents. So for every spec, what we did is we grabbed the most popular Mythic Plus build from Archon.gg. You may be wondering, why Mythic Plus? Well, just because it uses more buttons than raid builds in general, and that's because of utility and AoE. And that means that it's a very good comparison. It kind of hits everything that a spec will do. After doing that, we pulled everything into a spreadsheet and categorized everything into damage, healing, personal, and utility, plus a final non-combat category to mop up things like raid buffs. After doing that, we then created as similar as possible builds on Alpha, and then we did the exact same process across every single spec. And that is how I can tell you this, the important thing. We are losing more actual damage buttons than we are utility buttons. Across the game, we're dropping 1.92 buttons from our rotations, but just under
that does
1
align with
button
what
on
Ian was
average
saying.
from our utility. So with that in mind, who got hit the worst? Well, the answer by the numbers is Frost Mage, Holy Priest, and Holy Paladin. All of them are losing 5 abilities from their core rotations. But there's a problem with me saying that, because healers have got to both heal and do damage. That naturally means they have a bloated number of buttons and therefore more to prune. So, to get an even more clear...
It's also a lot of buttons are merged, right? I think they're not considering that perhaps, because like with Fire Mage, Comet Storm is... like Blizzard is turning into Comet Storm or whatever, and your Frostbolt and turning into Glacial Spike. And I don't know.
Picture, we've split the data down by role, and we found out that DPS are the least impacted in their rotations. But with that said, it is still quite uneven, by which I mean some specs are being grossly simplified. Take, for an example, the Fire Mage. The only word here that fits is gutted. It had 9 rotation buttons, which was tied for the minimum with Beast Mastery Hunter and Ret Paladin. Now, it is down to 6, maybe 7 if Meteor gets buffed enough. Phoenix Flames, deleted entirely. Shifting Power, gone. Scorch's execute function, well, that has been rolled into Fireball. And what that means is that even if they
I think they're going to bring... I have a strong guess that they'll bring Scorch back. I'll be very surprised. I don't really understand the Scorch change. I think it maybe is... because it's like causing this weird shit where Scorch is faster than your global cooldown, and it's kind of weird. But even then, it just doesn't make any sense to remove Scorch. I don't know. I don't see why you would do this. Improved Scorch was kind of a shit talent, I think. This was leading to so many things to keep up. And also with procs, or you need to keep spamming pyros, and keeping that up was kind of a tilt. But aside from that, I think Scorch will return, my guess. And then we're kind of fine, as well as Fire.
Have the same gameplay with Fire Blast
Meteor
resets and Pyroclasm. Their bars do look embarrassingly empty. Now, for a different story, we can then look at Arms Warrior. It has been carefully pruned. They had the most core buttons at 15. Now they've got a much leaner 12, which still puts them in the top bracket. Here's the thing with that. They're actually not losing much gameplay. Avatar and Thunderous Roar won't really be missed. They were just fire and forget cooldowns, and Blizzard are trying to take some damage out of the cooldowns and put it back into your
I thought it would be
ability,
simple,
so
but it was complex.
Outside of popping your coolies.
Fury is actually much simpler.
Is one that's missing, but that's actually kind of fine because Rend is now AoE by itself. And they're getting lots of other changes as well, but those have nothing really.
Did they just put this in? They removed Thunderclap, Lush was your administering all targets within 8 yards. This is not in when I played it 2 weekends ago. Damn.
To do with the pruning. Though it's fair to say some will miss the fantasy of becoming a big Avatar man. The result, though, is a far more lean and sensible Arms Warrior. But that's not all we found, because some specs will look almost identical. Windwalker, as an example, loses 1 defensive in the form of Diffuse Magic, and Storm, Earth, and Fire is being replaced by Weapons of Order. So their gameplay is largely unchanged. Most specs, though, fall somewhere around the middle. As an example, Marksmanship Hunter only loses Explosive Shot from its rotation. Beast Mastery loses Call of the Wild, and Bloodshed is getting rolled into Bestial Wrath. Sub-Rogues lose their Flagellation because Blizzard decided ultimately playing WoW is Flagellation enough, and Cold Blood is no longer an active, it's now going to be a passive. So what you see here is overall a Blizzard that's being quite careful when it comes to pruning rotations. They've essentially solved problems without causing that much harm, which certainly is good, and in our upcoming class change videos, you will see that designers have solved way more problems than they have created. Now, the next topic today will be healers, because they really have had the biggest changes, but there's 1 or 2 things to talk about first, because I've got 2 very important examples. First, Assassination Rogue. It's an example of a spec that's been surgically simplified, where they actually didn't lose any buttons overall. But Shiv is changing category. Right now, Shiv opens a bonus damage window for your Envenoms, but in Midnight, it just goes back to being the utility poison button. And that basically makes their cooldown windows less punishing, and it just lightens the rotation a little bit. Now, our other example is a bit weirder. It's Frost Mage with its massive rework, where in total, it's got 5 fewer damage buttons than in Midnight. As an example, Icy Veins is gone entirely. Ice Nova now replaces Cone of Cold. You can't have both. And thanks to changes made to Shatter, Frost Nova doesn't give bonus damage anymore. It's purely just crowd control. Shifting Power is also gone for them, like it is for all the mages, but Ray of Frost has now came in as their major cooldown, their mandatory one, the one that kind of defines more the look and feel of their spec. But that's not the crazy part. Here's the crazy part. Glacial...
I think Ray of Frost with a less CD... but also less damage would actually feel real nice now with Frost Mage.
Spike and Comet Storm are staying, but not
It's like a
as their own
40-second
buttons.
CD only.
Instead, Frostbolt and Blizzard will change into those buttons under certain conditions, which basically means you get to use those cool spells, but without having loads of button bloat that will make your key binding harder. I just think those are great examples of this stuff being done right, and I'd say that all in all, for us DPS players, Blizzard's actually done a great job with the pruning thus far. I mean, where specs could have lost buttons that they would have wanted to keep, we instead are seeing those abilities get consolidated, like what we just covered with Frostmage, but also with Paladin. As an example, Hammer of Wrath now replaces...
I don't actually like that they are merging spells so much, especially like the Glacial Spike one. I think is really weird. When you're casting a Frostbolt, you should be getting a Frostbolt, and that's sometimes randomly a Glacial Spike. Like, you don't even notice it. It's so weird.
Judgment during Avenging Wrath. That's one less button and no real loss. Now, we will do deep dives into every spec in the upcoming winners and losers video, because for now, I have something far more important to talk about.
What is
and
it?
That is maybe the real winners of pruning, maybe not. Healers.
Oh.
Right, healers have got the most buttons. It's been that way for a long ass time. They've got damage and healing in their rotations, and in our numbers, they're averaging 19 things to press. When you add utility, that goes up to 29. Now in Midnight, they're losing
Discipline
4
got
buttons on
buttons.
average, 3 of them being healing or damage. So let's take a look then at the best
But it's
example,
less
which I think
complicated.
is the Holy Priest, which was an utter nightmare, because to heal and do damage, you needed 19 buttons. They had so many different things. Now, it's just 14. Power Word, Shield, Renew, Heal, and the Oracle skill are all gone. Shadow Word Pain is gone as well. Those, of course, were completely extra buttons that weren't the core of what you were doing as Holy, so they were just sort of in there feeling miserable, but technically still part of your kit. But you're not really losing here, because all of their effects are basically now baked in passives. That will just make it easier to pick the right button for the right situation. You know, signal to noise ratio in your kit. Kind of an important thing. Now, another one that's been kind of saved is the Holy Paladins. And man, I know you guys have been suffering for a while. What we've seen with them is mostly pruning from damage, overlap, and niche spells. So, Crusader Strike, gone. No more Crusades for you. Hammer of Wrath and Consecration are now just both part of Judgment. Holy Prism is now a choice against Divine Toll. Blessing of Seasons has been sent back to the Shadowlands from whence it came. What we see, though, is that with power shifting back into your baseline healing, you can essentially do better with fewer buttons. I mean, so many of the old healer
Does that mean they don't need to be in
abilities were
melee as
just nails.
well?
Now, it's just a lot easier to know what spells actually matter. And that's true for everybody, except for one, the Resto Shaman. Where, whoops, bit of a problem here. They're losing tons of gameplay. Cloudburst, gone. Healing Tide, gone. Healing Surge, gone. It's kind of wild. And initially, Unleash Life was also gone, but Blizzard have actually given
Hank
that back
Totem
to you
is
guys
gone.
following
That's
some
a big
alpha
one.
feedback. And they did that basically so you'd have more to do than just spamming Chain Heal and Healing Wave. It's a bit weird. It is the one healer that's basically lost the sauce that's made it fun. That does blow, and I think Blizzard need to take a more serious look at Resto Shaman. Tanks, then, are a bit less interesting to talk about, but it is good news, where pruning has of course led to fewer buttons, especially with Brewmaster.
Jesus,
and the simple
Brewmaster.
TLDR of it all is that nothing's really been lost. On average, tanks are losing about 2 buttons, but most of those losses are getting moved into passive effects or are being replaced with reworks. Up to now, we've been talking about the core gameplay, and that is where most of the changes happened. And most of that change is positive. And I mean it when I say it that this is impressive. It's hard to make this amount of change on such a big game so quickly, but they've mostly managed to scalpel out the bloat, but take very little of the meat with it. The same should mostly go for utility, but I do have to say mostly because there are some victims.
Oh.
On utility, we first got to remember that it's a new expansion, we're getting more levels, and that means we get 10 extra talent points. 3 of those will go into your class tree, and at level 90, that means you'll basically be able to pick all the utility that you want. And that means that most specs should
I think we need a talent point squish, bro. That's what we need.
actually have more options in Midnight. But the pruning
Squish that
mostly
shit.
counteracts that. I say mostly because many specs can now pick up things that they couldn't before. As an example, Death Knights with Wraithwalk, Warriors with Intimidating Shout, because those were abilities that were hard to fit in before. But there's also a lot of utility kind of disappearing forever, where only Elemental Shamans get Thunderstorm now. and they've all lost Stone Bulwark. Hunters are losing Bursting Shot and Implosive Trap. Monks only have a passive version of Diffuse Magic, and every healer except Shaman, well, they're losing their interrupts, which has been extremely controversial, to say the least. Covering the other roles, though, in some cases Blizzard have tried to save
a nice
abilities
summary
via
video.
consolidation. As an example, Havoc has now got their Netherwalk immunity as a part of Blur. Ret Paladins have got Shield of Vengeance included in Divine Protection, and Warlocks can still heal their pets, but Drain Life does that instead of Health Funnel. So, pretty smart consolidation.
Oh, wait.
Drain Life does
Also, here's your... Oh, I thought when you gotta like target your pet and drain life to heal it. I didn't realize that you heal yourself and it automatically heals the pet. Okay. Also, that means you can't use this while not hitting. Like, you need to be in combat to heal your pet. You can't do it outside of combat. Just kind of shit, actually.
Does that instead of Health Funnel. So, pretty smart consolidation, the kind of thing that just tends to work. But there was one class that's been completely demolished. And if you main this class, sit down and get ready. If you're a mage, you may feel kind of ruined. Mass Barrier is gone. Tons of your crowd control are now choice nodes. That reduces your options. Shimmer is at its cooldown, increased massively. Blink's second charge is now your class tree capstone. Now, displacement is still there, but it's a choice against that capstone, so you can't have both, and it works as a Blink double tap instead of its own button. Honestly, for them, it's brutal.
I wouldn't say it's that brutal, guys. Like, you didn't really take displacement anyways. You literally just took it on Mux Z to spread your ignite. And then outside of that, you didn't really pick it. And Shimmer was way too strong, so getting some nerfs on that is good. Mass Barrier, you didn't want to press anyways because it was a global and a DPS loss. And you yourself never needed it because you had 70 billion personals and like helping your team and losing DPS on the way to do that. Mages didn't want to do anyway, so it's okay. The only thing is you lost some survivability and some movement. That's it, really.
They probably went too far. But by now in the video,
no, they
you've
did
got
not. Mage was just OP.
a fair idea of what's going on. So let's bring this into the big question, which is...
Mass Barrier is good and plus. Yeah, it's true. But, yeah, at the same time, Mage was too good in M+. I mean, you every time there's like high key push going on, Mage is on that. Like, I have no idea what M+ right now, okay? I'm sure Mage is good on the ladder. Raider IO. Checking high key. What the fuck? I don't know what happened here. All run leaderboards. Okay, actually Mage is not there now. Oh, there, Mages. They're like almost there. I guess maybe the MDI this time like changed the meta. But more often Mages are like in there. You check the other season, tech, Mages. If you check another season, Mages. If you check another season, Mages. And Mages. And I think maybe this one, no, right, Mages. Maybe the first one didn't have. Never mind. It's always Mages. So I'm okay with them, I think, getting nerfed a bit. You know? Yeah, Mass Barrier was good in M+. It's okay. It can be gone. 2 out of 8 keys right now. Okay, yeah, this specific season, I don't know why it's not that great. But, yeah, it's okay. Mages can take a hit on utility, I think.
But is any of this any good?
Is it
Did
good?
Blizzard make the game feel better, or did they make the game feel worse? Well, based on our time on the alpha, they have mostly made the game better. This has been a positive change. Even removing a few abilities has made most DPS substantially easier to keybind and to understand. That'll probably be good for a lot of players, and these changes have actually been backed up by changes made in the dungeons, where cast times are longer, there's a better signal-to-noise ratio.
Honestly, I wouldn't even say that there's a big difference, like playing the beta and the dungeons and stuff. I don't know. I don't think it's like a massive difference. I think obviously we're also comparing end of expansion to this. Like end of expansion things build up, right? I think end of the next expansion comparing to this one, I don't think we're gonna have a big difference. I don't know if there's like a legendary, if there is some tier sets changing stuff. I don't know. I think it'll be fine. And I wouldn't even say it's like much simpler what we got now versus like in Midnight.
This is clearly Blizzard designing a new era of World of Warcraft that's not going to be rooted in add-ons and that sort of thing. Now, healers should benefit massively from less
It is
bloat,
less
in
building
theory.
up to
Overall,
people
then,
to play.
designers have done a
It's
great
good.
job here. Classes are still fun to play, and importantly, they're fun to get good at. But there's a small caveat, and it's that I hope they don't go any further here. Take, say, Frostmage, it's the most recently reworked one. What they've done with Frostbolt and Glacial Spike is elegant. I think for most players it'll be fun, but for some, it may be a bit frustrating. And another thing lost is part of the fun of having a new ability, the physical sensation of hitting a different button. When your bars look empty and you're pressing the same 3 to 4 buttons over and over again, then the rest of the game does need to be more exciting
What is the sound?
to make up for that. And of course, it's Blizzard's dungeon, raid, and encounter design that will be the proof of that. Anyway, this was a fun way to look into button counts, but there's another count that's kind of important. It's the subscriber count of World of Warcraft. We may have just found out what it is. It turns out, per something that Blizzard officially put out themselves, that WoW might be bigger than even the pre-Cataclysm peak. But I know one thing for sure, it doesn't feel like that, and in this video, we'll explain why.
Nani? Dude, he baited me. He does it again. Belula does it fucking again. He baited me into the next video.
We may finally
just too
know
good
how
at
many
it.
people are actually playing World of Warcraft, and it's
He
a number
clickbaited
that
me. It's
personally
perfect.
shocked me. It's
He is the mastermind, bro.
bigger than
The
I
videos are always mediocre, but they're just good enough. And with the clickbait, he gets me
thought. It's
every
bigger than
fucking
you
time.
probably thought. It is 9
We'll
million.
watch it.
But that may not actually even be the whole story. It could even be a bit bigger. So what happened is, and it's a bit weird, but we dug around and we found some kind of
I
shocking
respect
numbers.
it. Also,
In
why
fact,
is he always wearing a jacket while I'm sweating here? How is he not sweating when he's recording?
based on what I'm about to tell you,
It's winter.
WoW may have more subs than ever before. And I know that sounds insane. If I was in the other end of this and I was watching the video, I would be ready to hit the dislike button and say, dude, what the hell? What the fuck? That's a load of bollocks. But no, we got stuff to talk about. It's just one of
Okay.
those things where I'll tell you how this could possibly make sense, even though it really does not feel that way. Because
It's like
I was
botting or
around
something,
when WoW
or
was
classic.
reported to have 9 million subs, and I can definitely tell you it felt different. Now, have you ever rolled a fresh endgame character, inhaled a few guides, and done rubbish DPS because basically you're still new and you haven't actually practiced? Well,
Sponsor
back in the
segment.
day, that's how coding, when all you were really doing is a university course, kind of felt. But with
got
today's
us
sponsor,
again.
boot.dev, you're going to get both the best way to learn backend development and one that is made
Need to reach out to these
specifically for
people.
you, a gamer. Quite literally, because Boot is structured like a community RPG. It is one with soul.
Has
And
anyone
the
used this
founder, Ryan,
product?
actually hit me
Is
up
it good?
years ago because he's also a WoW player and he's designing it for people like us who want to learn back-end development. Back then they were new, but now over 750,000 students completed 33.7 million lessons. And Boot is all about learning back-end development from the fundamentals through to advanced career-focused training. You'll be doing personal projects for your portfolio and guided projects, like this really fun one of making a Pokedex. But here's what actually matters. Knowing the real fundamentals. It's easy to fire up, say, V0 or Cursor and make some cool, as they say now, vibe-coded stuff. But very often, well,
Yeah.
when you do that, you may not know the fundamentals. That can often lead to funny and security nightmare-like results. But with Boot, well, you'll actually know the fundamentals. And the learning paths are in either TypeScript or Go, which is a fantastic thing. I'm so glad they added TypeScript. It's all well designed, super motivating because of the RPG structure. It's got goddamn boss fights in it, and it's really fantastic. You'll get 25% off your first purchase at
Boss fights.
boot.dev/bellular, and if you're not happy, well, they will refund you on
He's
the
trying to
spot
bait me
with a
in.
30-day money-back guarantee. Remember the WoW orchestral concerts from last year? Well, back in July, there was an announcement trailer for another one over in France. This was a trailer that almost nobody saw, and that meant that nobody noticed a really important thing in that trailer, because at the very end of it, it revealed that WoW has got 9 million players. And that may seem a little bit sus. Seems sus to me, but trust me here, this does actually make sense, and I'll tell you why. You see, last year, thanks to a slide
Over
from a
what
GDC
time?
talk, we estimated something kinda surprising. This video got us a lot of interesting comments, but basically via some fun extrapolations and reading graphs and things from the slide, it seemed to me that WoW had more subs than any of us would have guessed. At the time, over 7 million. Now here's where it gets interesting. After we dropped our video, Windows Central independently verified it, where their sources said that the estimate that we came up with was, quote, roughly accurate. Now remember, this was way back in March 2024. It was right at the end of Dragonflight,
so
just
many
before
people?
Season of Discovery Phase 3. This new number of 9 million players, well, it was revealed at the end of July this year. But you do need to note something. It says players, it does not say subscribers, and that's important because they may be reporting their monthly active users, and that may be including free trials. I mean, I've always assumed there's about 7 people playing the free trials, but I guess WoW's a very big game and most people would start with a free trial. So who knows how many people that could be. But the numbers that Windows Central sources verified were subscribers. And if this new number was subscribers, it would mean that Blizzard added another 2 million over just the last year. And you know what? That's fairly possible, because 2 major things have happened. There's the fairly obvious one of the War Within, which has not been a perfect expansion, but I think most people would say it's been a great improvement over our recent trends. It gave us our first exciting villain in years, that certainly helps, that would have brought people in, and most importantly, it fixed a lot of long-term problems and I would argue this is maybe the biggest thing, added delves, which would have opened up repeated month-to-month gameplay to way more people than before. Because, yeah, even if you're not into Mythic Plus or raiding, you got a thing to do. On top of that, there's the 8-week patch cycle, which means that it's kind of hard to find a time to unsub. And I've even got some stats to support that as well. Dragonflight Season 3 was, in fact, the best season of Mythic Plus ever at the time, where it opened with over 3 million Mythic Plus runs in the first week. Here's what's wild. The War Within Season 3 opened with over 4 million, which is an entire third more. That's huge. Now, interestingly, raids have taken a bit of a dip. In Yggdrasil, 15,110 guilds cleared the first boss on normal in the first 10 weeks. But in Manaforge Omega, that actually went down a little, where it's actually right now.
It's because the first boss is way harder.
But I actually think that helps make my point. People who want gear used to have to raid. Now they can just go and do delves. People who just wanted to see the raid ending, well, they've now got story mode. So with this in mind, lower raid participation from guilds does make complete sense. And that's been visible all expansion. And also that it's only down 10% is surprisingly good, especially when the entire casual player base is no longer rammed into full raiding. So with those metrics and a bit of common sense, yes, I think the War Within is definitely doing better than Dragonflight, at least compared to the same point when that 7 million was previously reported. But there's obviously something else, and that is Classic. That 7 million came after Wrath Classic was over, and when Season of Discovery was about to start Phase 3. That would have obviously had an impact on short-term subs, just like Hardcore did. So let's compare it to today. Season of Discovery is over. MoP doesn't look super hot in terms of player numbers right now, and the other Classic servers seem a little bit stagnant, which ain't great. But this 9 million number is not from October, it's from July. And in July, there was an almost perfect overlap, because that is when Season of Discovery was doing its amazing last hurrah with Phase 8. And it's also when MoP Classic had its pre-patch. So I think across all versions of WoW, 9 million subs in July actually does make sense. But there's an elephant in the room, one that makes the story a bit crazier, and that is China. You see, at the time of our GDC panel 7 million subs, WoW was still dead in China, so that sub count was from Blizzard alone, not NetEase. But since then, Chinese players have returned to WoW in droves. So the question is, are those people included in this big 9 million number? It technically is possible, yes, that it includes NetEase's subscribers, but I actually don't think so. I think that combined, WoW is actually bigger than that, and there is some evidence to suggest so. Just over a year ago, the Warcraft logs owner said something striking, that he was certain...
Very certain that Warcraft is at an all-time high player count across his entire lifetime. Number of players in China playing Lich King is on par with the highest retail peak we've ever seen. Really? Wait, number of players in China playing Wrath of the Lich King is on par with the highest retail peak we've ever seen in Warcraft Log's lifetime. Bro, the Chinese boys are popping off, or what? The boys. That's why Chinese companies are reaching out to us to promote their games, probably. This makes a lot of sense. We've been approached by 2 different games in the last 2 weeks to promote a new MMO coming out to the Western world. They're 2 million. I don't know if that's true. Do Chinese players also pay a sub? I'm sure they do, yeah. I don't know how much it is, but probably like a regional cost difference there.
WoW was at an all-time high player count, and he said this based on the sheer number of Ulduar logs that were coming through from the NetEase servers. Basically, it turns out that they really loved having WoW back, where they had 11 million unique characters. Now, obviously, 11 million unique characters is not 11 million players, because people roll alts.
I swear it's a bot
They
scrum.
actually roll fewer alts than you think. If you take a look at data for Azeroth, you see that 52.3% of people in modern WoW play one character. Now, that's not super reliable, obviously, but it is safe to say this. The average player does not raid with tons of alts. Only a fraction of players ever actually reach max level in raid, especially in Wrath of the Lich King. So realistically, NetEase could have, 4 million or more WoW players? Which is honestly a bit of a conservative estimate, because again, the 11 million unique characters was from raid logs from World of Logs, so that's a high enough bar to clear that would not catch loads of random alts and stuff that people would be making. Now, if you think that's unreasonable, remember something. 2 million people pre-registered within just the first 2 days, so yeah, a lot of people in China were very excited to have Wrath of the Lich King back. Obvious reasons, that was all pretty huge over there. But just to make sure that they didn't all, dual Ulduar and then abandon the game, Matt took a look at Warcraft logs because he wanted to get just more robust numbers for us in this video. Now, sadly, all I've got here are parse counts from the last 2 weeks, but they are still rather shocking. So first, I took a look at Manaforge Omega on Heroic, where it had a total of 1.85 million parses in the last 2 weeks. Now, over in China, Icecrown Citadel Heroic had almost 8.1 million. So,
holy moly, ni hao, boys.
Love their World of Warcraft. That is almost 4 times the raiding population, and all in the China-only Wrath of the Lich King servers. And remember, this is 3 months after Icecrown Citadel launched, so it would have been far larger on its actual release day. Kind of crazy, right? And that's just Wrath of the Lich King. They've also got access to Classic Era, Hardcore, MoP, and the War Within. So with all of these factors combined, I think it's easy to say that NetEase has still got millions of players, and that the 9 million number I talked about earlier probably isn't including NetEase's stuff. Now, if numbers alone don't convince you, do remember this. Over in China, they're about to get their own unique thing called Titan Reforged Classic. And just last month, Ian and Clay addressed the Chinese fans directly, and in that address, Ian said something important. That was that Titan Reforged was their team's main focus for the next year, alongside MoP and Modern, of course. But the implications of that are kind of insane. Now, think about what that means. It means that even after NetEase is cut, the Chinese classic audience brings in so much money, enough that Blizzard can actually give them their own unique content. So, when you think about it, that actually may mean that WoW has passed its old peak.
You guys know what this means, guys.
Let's bring everything together. At the time of the GDC panel, which was the end of Dragonflight, Blizzard had around 7 million subs.
We're locking in.
That was initially a number that I calculated based on a GDC talk, but then Windows Central sources said that that number was roughly correct. And we've now seen the 9 million number as of July. And yes, it is possible they could lie.
Crazy that they dropped that information like that as well in like some random concert or whatever.
But you get in a lot of trouble if you do that as a publicly traded company. So if they did lie, then maybe our friends at the SEC would have something to say about it. Now, we don't know exactly what that number is, but I think it's not a stretch to say that it was current Blizzard subscribers, probably excluding China. Remember, 11.2 was along the way, Season of Discovery, Phase 8 was recent, MoP Classic was about to launch. If you add at least a few mil from NetEase, then we could be looking at anywhere from 11 million subs up. Now, back in early Cataclysm, WoW's highest ever reported sub count was 12 million people, and that included China after their delayed Wrath of the Lich King launch. And that means there's a possibility here. That is, that WoW, earlier this year, was bigger than it has ever been before. All, of course, before midnight, which is promising player housing, and a world without add-ons, which obviously is controversial to current players, but could be huge in re-engaging lapsed fans, because to them it would mean, holy shit, World of Warcraft is fundamentally different. Maybe I should check it out. And of course,
By the way, I want to formally apologize. This actually was a good video, and was actually informative and not a clickbait.
And that's because
I thought he had us,
like that. WoW may
but he
be the
delivered.
biggest it's ever been, but culturally, that's just not the case, because a lot of shit has changed since 2004. During the peak of WoW, everyone knew about it. I mean, come on, we got a South Park episode, we got the big name celebrities, the Prince of Darkness. Now, not really. I mean, you don't see WoW talked about on the news anymore, so how can it possibly be the same size, never mind bigger? Well, the answer is it's all relative. One factor here is that the pie is bigger. And when I say pie, I mean the games industry, and the number of people playing games. There are so many more gamers in games than ever before, and I'm not just talking about the casual mobile gamers. You see, 12 million...
Bro, I could probably play games until the day I die right now if I lock in, guys. Like, literally just every day I could fucking grind. Holy fuck, and I would still have fun, yeah. Kind of fucked up, boys.
Used to be a humongous chunk of the market, but now it's absolutely tiny. I mean, here's how many people used Steam when WoW was at its height. 3 million.
24/7
Yeah,
stream.
actually, it was well under 3 million people logged in at any one time. Right now, it's peaked at 41 million. And that would mean that for World of Warcraft, now, actually, many people used to be a humongous chunk of the market, but now it's absolutely tiny. I mean, here's how many people used Steam when WoW was at its height.
Oh, Steam.
3 million. Yeah, actually, it was well under 3 million people logged in at any one time. Right now, it's peaked at 41 million. And that would mean that for World of Warcraft...
But also a lot more games release their stuff on Steam now instead of releasing it themselves. I don't know, there's a little bit sus statistics here.
To be as relatively strong compared to Steam as it was back then, we would currently need like over 100 million subs. That would be for it to be the same relative size as it was back in 2010. At least compared to Steam. And then for an economic comparison, just look at this. Analysts claimed that in 2009, WoW was 10% of the online games market and that it had earned 1.5 billion. Now, in 2025, the total games market is 189 billion. Removing mobile, it's 86 billion. And that would put 2009's WoW at a measly 1.75%, not the estimated 10% that it was back in 2009. And put simply, that means the world is a lot bigger now. And because of that, WoW is a smaller part of the world, even if WoW is actually doing better than it has been in many recent times in the last decade. Now, the good news is that WoW is still making tons of money. That's obviously why Blizzard keeps on investing in it. It's why they've put a lot into making that...
Which also means these changes that make it easier for new players to come in matter even more because the market is bigger, right? Like the amount of people not playing WoW, but that could play WoW is way bigger now than it was like 15, 20 years ago or whatever. Pretty insane.
Team bigger as opposed to what had sometimes felt like chronic underinvestment, maybe because the company was betting everything on a little MMO successor called Project Titan. Now that's one reason why WoW does not feel as huge as it probably is, but there's another one, and it's this. WoW is actually 5 different games in a trench coat that are all siloed off from each other. Of course, logging into your server does not feel as big and bustling and populated as it did back then, because even if we've got the same number of subs, we are split between so many different versions of the game. Back in 2010, it was 12 million people split across 2 versions, Kata in the West and Wrath in China. But now, we are split across a ton of different versions of the game in different regions of the world. We hang out in different comment sections and subreddits. Back then, my guild had a website, not a Discord server. So yes, the communities are literally all smaller, and that is the price to pay for us having different experiences that are tailored to our preference, all within what World of Warcraft is. So if anything, if I were Blizzard, I would try to make people actually feel like WoW is as big as it is, and apparently doing as well as it is. And if you want a very different experience in Warcraft story, then Midnight may actually have that in store for you. Because we scour the alpha for all the story, all the lore. And that means if you don't mind major spoilers and you'd rather just want to see, are Blizzard actually taking a big swing? Are they willing to go hard? Well, this next video will answer that question.
That's the thing. He tried to bait me into the next one, but Joke's on you, sir. I don't give a fuck about the spoilers or the story or anything. He couldn't get me, guys. You have failed, Belular. Try again. You should have said something about like interesting raid bosses or something, raid mechanics. I don't know. Yeah. Lost me. Let's see how many viewers did this video get?
Okay.
Less, exactly. That's all I care about. Still successful probably, but less. Oh, the ethereal delves are now a thing. Yeah, what to do on the beta, guys? We could try the prey system. I'd like a set of voice storm equipment. What is that? Oh, just max level stuff, I guess. Spend my talent points again. Still have some question mark talents. Level 84. Skip to level 90. Attack. Adventurer Prey. Astral Bloodstone needs your assistance trying down deadly attacks in the murder road to learn more. We could do that. Like I said, endgame equipment. Ooh. Okay, it's again green items. Fuck it, let's equip it, dude. That actually all work? Damn. Did. Why is my eye level so low though? I don't get it. Maybe it's bugged. The key to the Arcantina, whatever that is. Toy box. Oh, is that like housing stuff or something? Okay, we're pressing it, dude. Is there weapon two-hander? Oh, I don't know. That's a good point. That's so smart, man. Going to predict that housing is going to create a lot of drama in guilds. Not kidding. We already have drama plus. Yeah, I think so too. That's good. That's the kind of drama we want. Yeah, it's indeed actually a one-hander. It's crazy. I have some stuff that I have in my bags that's better for whatever reason. What is this Arcantina place? So many quests here. House chest. Oh, this is about housing, yeah. Yeah, it's all about housing. Get out of here. I don't think WoW will survive for more than 30 years. What are we talking about now? Look at what Blizzard is doing now. Things like transfer that you couldn't just get easily are now almost free. If you spell some midnight fire mageless strokes and put the game is going down. Are we talking about like 5 years from now when you say 30 years? It's like WoW came out around 2000, right? But yeah, bro, you're fully cooked. Sammy, you gotta calm down. I think people underestimate how easily things can change. And like the trends and what people like, and like this is all so easy to suddenly change. A new game comes out, you know, the WoW killers, or new game comes out and dies and baits even more people to WoW. Like it is Like, look at hardcore, for example, or them creating classic and all the things that happened there. Like, such simple things can change massively what how people act and what they like and everything. The creation of shorts content, for example, is a big thing that changed how people think. Probably all our brains are changing right now, bro. All happening like within a year or two. But yeah, anyways, how do I do the prey content? How do I get to Murder Row, guys? I don't want to play any other campaign. Can I skip the campaign? L. Where is actually the news pocket? We just go into the last zone. See what happens from there. Been here in the game is dead for the last 10 years now. Yeah, I think the most dead it felt was maybe Warlords of Draenor, but also even then it wasn't really dead. It's just in between the raid tiers you didn't play. Or you just raid logged or something. I don't think WoW was ever dead. Okay, we are here now. Is this Murder Row? Hello? Where can I find Murder Row, guys? Some war quest there. There's a delve. Are these new zones? Amani village. Oh, is this? Okay. Oh, cool. We're gonna be really close to Western Plaguelands and Eastern Plaguelands and stuff. That's kind of nice. I like these zones. Sul Aman, Silver Moon, Eversong, Isle of Keldanas. Oh, Prey. Okay. I found it. But it's not here. Oh, Murder Row, Silver Moon City. Okay. Prey, Assaulters Initiative. Hey, what is this? Unlock hard murder difficulties. Oh. Damn, what is happening here? Okay, I mean, I don't know where the hell this is. I think it's one of the different zones. I'm gonna take a hard nightmare difficulty. Lieutenant Blazewing. Okay. Killing enemies will cause gorge appearing beneath them. If they turn to you, Commands you to kill an enemy, causing you to bleed for massive physical damage if you fail. What the fuck? Okay. Hunt in progress. Travel to Eversong Woods to begin the hunt. We're going directly Nightmare, guys. You know how I am. Chase your prey. Okay, chasing. Oops. This way starts every 60 seconds, except while in rest areas. Damn. Dying reduces killing enemies causes gore to appear, inflicting shadows, and the person stalks you. Once you kill an enemy. Okay. Prey, Apex Predator, Prey, Endurance Hunter. Image of Astral Okay, I'll go to this prey. I don't know what that means. Defeat enemies to lure out your prey. Your prey's location is hidden. Complete activities. Okay. I gotta dismount with this. Great thing that I have my big wigs here so I can see it. Kill me. Wait, what? Kill for me now. Where? What do I kill? Oh shit. He's not dying. Oh, what? Ambushed. I can't target it, man. Interrupt? Okay, interrupting makes it go away. Oh my goodness. Damn. 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 Okay. It's not easy. Nightmare is not easy. Maybe I'm not supposed to be doing this at this eye level. That's a feeling I'm having. Alright, let's work quiz. It was the hunt. It was the prey, bro. I got preyed upon. True, it is very dark. My wife came in, guys, but we got tea. Okay, now it's too light. Okay, let's put this over here in case someone whispers me something dirty. Okay, we need to be more careful here. I don't know how I'm gonna do this, but we rest back up. Get our pet out. We're gonna respect this content now. I'm still getting damage taken increase. Great, that's perfect, bro. Just what I needed. Okay, it insta appears behind me. Can I just sheep this guy? Oh, I was about to cast it. Okay. 565k HP. Also, these nameplates, I don't know why they're like this. But my HPs are hard to see. Oh, Nate. Okay. 8% already just from one mob, so that's not too hard. Oh, come on. I have all the time. Surely it doesn't... It also stuns me, dude. Okay, I thought this was Comet Storm, but something else is Comet Storm. Oi, oi, oi. What is even happening, actually? Okay. Ice Block removes the damage taken increase, so we're chilling now. On progress, 18%, and he disappeared. I'm happy. I didn't do anything. Maybe if I... Oh. What's that? Remnant of Anguish. Gotta actually eat, dude. What is Remnant of Anguish, though? Sees with distant screams of pain. Kill for me now. It says that, but it doesn't tell me what. Kill something. Oh, something! God damn. Killing? There was a mob with less HP here. Alright, we got him. Whew. Manuscript not playing PoE/Fellowship. Nah, PoE, I don't know, man. It was good the first time round, but it's the same issue as with WoW. It's just too many things that are complex. Oh, interrupt this and be done. That's easy. Kill for me now. I'm on the job, sir. I'm doing it. Damn, that Comet Storm. Does that shatter as well? I feel like it took away my freezing stacks. Sorry, they expired. I don't know. What is this guy doing? He's throwing out flowers. Can I do something with this? Took damage from something. What? Hey. Oi. Sheep. Okay, great splash. Great. Boy, it does so much damage. Not like this. What if I invis this mob, I wonder? Hitting my water elemental. No way. Me invising triggered the kill again thing somehow. Oh no, we need a yellow mob. Or we just block this off. Fuck it, homie. I don't have cancel aura. Please don't pull. Okay. Okay. We're almost done, dude. Whatever this is, it's gonna give me 23 gold. I'm so fucking hyped. PoE is quite simple once you understand it. Okay, bro. Yeah. Definitely. Okay. Looking good, looking great right now. Oh my god. This missing keybinds, guys, happens. That's a good Ray of Frost, bro. We like Ray of Frost, guys. Look at that damage. Actually crazy. Ray of Frost is fucking amazing. I should build more on Ray of Frost. Ray of Frost. Can I get more damage on Ray of Frost, please? Get these two. What the hell was that now? Spectre. Oh, was I getting fixated? Damn. Wait, back to 0%. Okay. Okay, bro. Maybe we need to be more aggressive. Maybe that's the trick. I think I'm gonna be more aggressive. We're gonna do some AoE shenanigans and see how that goes. This is ridiculous. Hold on, we need to rework the talents so real quick. Yeah, I'm at 9% already. Okay, this is okay because I will ice block it. Why can't I take this island? Need to like not select. I don't understand. But okay. 30% damage to 5 enemies or 30% damage increase. God, I don't know. Kill for you now? Okay. You can keep this Comet Storm for so... What? Now I completed it. Maybe I am good. Oh my goodness. Oh wait, is this a rested zone? Actually... Wait, I'm just gonna kill this guy, actually. I'm building a lot less stacks now. I don't know what happened. Bro, damn. Getting slammed. Mirror image is at least good on this This single target contact. Wait, I'm still dying. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe Nightmare is not it, guys. I feel like it might be too rough. I did something here. I don't know. This Russo needs shiny, so with Legion Arcana. There's something else, right? How is my prey progress going right now? Am I progressing? Dying this zone reduces your hunt progress. Killing enemies causes gore to appear, inflicting damage. Is that because I only... Ah, great. I have the rest still. That's amazing. Perfect. I was worried that I might not get the other affixes. And that it is too easy suddenly. So would I get rid of this by going into... Dude, Vulpera is going to be OP with the 10th. And get rested and get rid of your stacks. Any rested zone, bro? Don't. God damn, bro. That's the other thing they need to fix. Time to pop the AC. I don't care about the bacteria, bro. I want to drink my tea and not sweat. Oh, that's the thing they'll never fix. Yeah, I feel like it should be... I'm dead again. How did I manage to die in this? Like, what? That doesn't make any sense. There was nothing. I was on a mount and I wasn't even high up. How the fuck did I die, bro? Where is my course? Okay. This is not a rested zone, apparently. So I went there for nothing and died and everything. Maybe this one is? Maybe I can... how do I put the innkeeper? No, that's not it either.
My goods are one of a kind.
Oh, great. There's going to be tons of vendors for housing nowadays that we meet. I'm very excited to hear their stories.
What needs bring you here?
A row vendor. Amazing. Okay. Apparently this is a city, but I'm not getting rested. So, I don't know. I guess we keep ice blocking or what? Huh? No. That's not it either. That's crazy. Oh, bro. Bro, don't touch me, bro. Wait, there's a whole quest here, like, that we didn't do for this. Maybe when I do this quest, I'm gonna be way stronger for these prays. Let's do the quest, guys. Can't wait for him to try housing because he's bored and enjoys it. I think... I was thinking I would try housing as well. But I noticed the amount of boredom I need to experience is actually quite high. And I don't think it's possible in 2025. But I'm curious still. Like, maybe it will happen one day.
Our training grounds are riddled with pests. Your years of experience should allow you to swiftly handle this matter.
Voice acted and everything, bro. Where is it? Is it this? No. Oh.
I've been tracking these threats
Do it quick.
for some time. They are quite
Okay.
This crystal
We did it.
it's made from
Release me and we will see who is prey. Crystalline vessel inspected.
as if it were made to withstand something as volatile as anguish. This bodes well.
I don't know what this question is. These threats are imminent. Learn how to hunt your prey. I think this is just a pre-quest that I would need to do to get what I have already. So I think we don't need to actually do this. Computer will reward you with gold. Maybe we go for this image here. Where is it? Wait, it's still rising. I thought this was like reset when I go rest of the area. What the fuck? There's the image of Astral Bloodsworn. How do I gain progress toward my hunt? Anything that temporarily draws your target out of hiding or attracts their attention to your enemy will help my magic narrow on their true nature. Also, I just need to keep killing it, I guess. Defeating careless and this continue work quest looting or on its own. Progress include. Okay, maybe we go full single target and then I'll just blast him down when I see him. Oh, nice. I can also talent my spec. God damn. God damn. What is happening? Wait, we're gonna just immune this. Or there's no mob here nearby. Oh, this guy. Oh, what? That doesn't count as killing, of course. Let's see. Can we kill it in time? No. Blocking. Oh, my goat is here, though. We have no stacks. This is my chance. No. He dotted me up, guys. This is not good. Out of range. Oh, water elemental. Okay, we all the time we just pump. No way. I need to kill something. I think it's an ice block angle as well. Oh no, I pulled it still. Fuck it, we lost. Is this the invis? Blocking. And fall back. I got him. I defeated him, guys. Now I need to defeat this frog and we're gaming, dude. Huge. It's happening way too frequent. But it just disappeared now. Or did I kill a crit there, I think? What just happened? I should have not done this on maximum difficulty as the first thing I do. Maybe we need to first gear up, do word quests and stuff. I need to treat this like progress. I'm at 76% damage increase. That's perfect, bro. 0 ice block charges. Interesting. What was pinging there? High peak. Uh-huh. Oh, are these things still gonna give XP? Oh, what is happening now? Oh yeah, I got reputation. Cool.
Do not end them yet. Savor the hunt and let the artifact
Not like this.
consume their fear.
Savor the hunt. Let the artifact consume their fear. Alright. Fuck it. Just blast this guys, bro. Tack, tack. Oh, should have interrupted. Tack. Easy. I have those resources. I don't even know where they are. I would love to engage with this. I guess, is it stopping at 20 stacks or what? But if I engage and that guy shows up, it's GG's for me. We have to go, I guess. Can't be afraid in life. Let's get it, guys. And it's there. Oh, we killed the critter! Yeah, killing critters is OP. Damn, actually, I'm a bit stronger than I thought I would be. Oh, what the? I forgot about all the time. No VCAR as well. Okay. Can I just outrange this and it's fine? I guess so. Okay, bro. Maybe it's time to end the day, guys. Honestly. What the fuck is that? It went so wrong. Like, it couldn't have gone worse. I was thinking maybe I do get hit. But at the end of the cast, like, it hit me and it disconnected me. Damn, bro. And killed me. Everything. I guess that's how we died the first DC we had. Alright, yeah. Amazing. Okay, what do I need to do here, actually? Chase your prey. Oh, there's an orb. Is that it? Adventurous Dawn Crest. Oh, we got a crest. Okay. Oh, it's here we need to go. Okay. Did you find these traps or what? Aha. Hunting him. Attempt. Disarm trap. Rearm trap tosses an ambush prey, dealing massive damage. Oh, there we go. We're getting some mechanics, guys.
Drain their anguish.
Wait, is it this one? Just on target players. Oh, fuck it. I have this debuff. No, bro. Don't tell me. Yeah. So close. Should have come and stormed them. Wait, what do we need to do now? Rearm the tower. Chase your prey. What is this? Use Astro's artifact, siphon their prey with vitality, causing them to flee. Oh. What the hell? Oh shit! I understood it way too late. I understood why I saw. Okay, Becky can start again. God bless. Alright, we're chilling. We're chilling. But. Okay, so you do this and you just have to keep chasing him by using the sprints. Okay, now I get it, guys. It's okay. Out of range, out of connection. What was that? There was like, there's a screen thing there. Okay. Oh. Interesting. Okay, just running through mobs. Somehow I didn't aggro them. Oh, I am, it is losing HP. When I collect the green stuff. Ah, he's slowing down. You're getting old, sir. They completed it. That was nice. That was fun. Also, getting these traps, it helps me, I guess, against the preys. By the way, you know all the outside content items that you sometimes like randomly have in your bags, and they're like good, but they're only good in the outside world. And you typically just delete them because you don't need strength in the outside world. I guess they will be really useful in like for these prey stuff, right? Ooh, this prey thing is elite, bro. There's no way. Wait, is this a prey thing? No. Oh, no, right. That's a world quest. We're chilling. Empowering focus destroyed. Go subscribe. What do you think about the class changes? I'm doing good, thank you, sir. And I'm also happy about the class changes so far. Nothing crazy. Not a massive fan of Frost. but also was never a big fan of Frost, so... Oh wait, what are we doing here? Hold up.
Train their anguish.
Okay, we kill this guy. Okay. Wait, what? Didn't I have the task to kill a mob? Oh, I did kill a critter again. Okay. It somehow missed me that they... I've never seen that. I feel... am I playing Classic right now? Useless trap. Oh, I destroyed him with the trap. The trap is OP, guys. What the hell just healed me? Was that Alter Time? Oh. Okay, we're eating. Alright, bro. This kill for me now. Okay, I got a crit there. We're chilling, guys. Attack. Exploded once again. Ugh. No absolute, great. I wonder if you just kite it but don't interrupt it if it's fine. I'm guessing it's fine, right? 280k. Now, Comet Storm is using all those stacks, actually. Okay. There's a 70k mob. Let's try, okay, I don't have Frost. No, bound. Shift E, apparently. Oh, great, I pulled this. Okay, yeah. Kiting the mob is fine, you're just not allowed to outrange it. Buffs intellect more often. Oi, oi, oi. Help! Okay, we sheep this guy. And we get the heart. Not again, bro. It's happening too often. It's a critter. I can target it. We're good. Ambushed. Throw the trap and we're chilling or what?
I will enjoy scrying this one.
Oh! Wait, we did enough hunting. Now I just need to go kill it. That was weird. Oh, fuck it, we miss. On top here. Okay, guys, it's happening. We're gonna fight the nightmare difficulty prey on minimum eye level. This is peak performance right here. Gonna get some insane loot, dude. This gives mythic loot, I heard.
The Twilight's Blade are attempting to reclaim Deathhold. Root them out and destroy their encampment.
Bad Zed. Are we playing some League after chat or what? Okay, the thingy is gone. Oi, oi, oi. Some mechanics happening. Oh. 1.4 million. Okay. A bit rough. No way, I need to dodge these or something. Wait, is it getting... Oh my god, bro. It's getting smaller, guys. We need to juice it up. Oi, oi, oi. This is gonna be rough. Oh shit. Just trying to see what I can cook up. It's not super hard, but I need to block this off for sure. Okay, stay in this as long as possible so we can see these back. Okay, the mosque is on my side, guys. Bro, I need some health pots or something, and then we would have this in the pocket, but... Ugh. Oh, I got an heal somehow. There's like a health pot or something? No, 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 no. Look, 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 look. Okay. Guys. We can do it, okay? Oh, fuck, that's landing. Okay, very good. And it instantly dotted me up. I think it's over. I think it's over. Some leech or something, dude. I don't know. Ah, so close. So fucking close. That was a good battle. But surprising also how easy that is. At my eye level. I don't know, maybe it scales with your eye level? I kind of doubt it. We need better talents for this, and we got them. I need to get Bloodlust back somehow, though. Can I, like, queue for arena or something? I don't know. Does any of this type of thing work? Select the role. Arena. Let's go. / shoot. Surely there's people in Orgrimmar, though. Queuing arena, right? Chances are pretty low, guys. You use trap on this mob? I don't think so, because it said, like, an ambushing prey. But yeah, let's fix our talents in the meantime. Maybe I can do it without as well. Without thingy. We could simply go for ice cold out, but actually removing the dot is maybe bigger. I think so. That's nice. And some unspec talents even. Cooldown of invis, your mana cost, reduce. Aspirate reduces your physical damage taken and absorbs an additional 5% of maximum health. That's nice. Spell still can go away. Take this. Mana costs, whatever. Ring of Frost. I don't know. Maybe it's good. Maybe I can stop him while waiting for CDs. Counter spell is kind of useless, so I think maybe it is not useless. Maybe I could have dropped it something. I don't know. I didn't notice though. Decurse is useless though, so we can get rid of that. Snow 2 choice is nice to have. Increase your intellect by 1% for 8 seconds. I guess so. I guess that's a good talent. Another random one. Hypothermia we don't need. Cooldown. Wait, so there's a 60-second cooldown reduction here, and then there's another 30-second cooldown reduction here. What the fuck? Okay. Sure thing, bro. Frostball boost damage. Ice and shatters for more freezing. That's good. Wait, did I not have these talents before? Oh shit, we're gonna blast this guy, bro. 2 stacks of Fingers of Frost. I guess that's good, but I don't know. Is there another thing? Ice Dance Shatters, 1 additional stack of freezing. You can get rid of things that give us blizzard damage. It's kind of useless. Wait, this. And Frostball Breeze, right? Oh. Guess I need to take that. There's 5 ice skills and reduce cooldown of flurry and frozen orb. That's nice, I guess. Let's try this one. Additional style of freezing. Doesn't feel like I'm shattering 4 stacks of freezing. Okay, we go for these. Alright, we're gonna be juiced up now. Are you guys ready, boys? I don't think I am, but... Try to go natty, without Bloodlust and only 1 ice block if needed, unless we're going for the kill. Also, I could have waited for this, but it's fine. Kind of destroying him right now. Shit. Slowed me down a bit. Oh. If it hits me, I'll just ice block this and keep going, bro. We'll frost him down. All the time. Oi, oi, oi. Getting to shaky levels, but we have all the time back. Ah, shit. We got him though, I think. Frost is OP, dude. Oh, I was gonna comment storm himself. Okay. Champion box. Oh. 246. Trinket. Best in slot. Your harmful spells and abilities have a chance to brand your target straight text, dealing 5.6k holy damage over 30 seconds. Rebranding enemy ignites the text, granting you rebranding. Okay. For 15 seconds and immediately dealing all the remaining damage. That's an upgrade, dude. That's an upgrade for sure. Crit for crit. Okay. Nice trinket, guys. Good job, everyone. That's a champion level, which makes it what? Is that... what level is that? I don't actually know. Dragonflight, current season voice. That's normal. Okay, so I'm getting normal gear. And considering the difficulty, I think it's pretty nice. Wouldn't mind getting some normal tier stuff. And also, wait, how much eye level did I gain here? 56 eye level. I didn't use a potion, flask, no bloodlust. Like no health pots, no health stone that you could probably get and use. Could probably get buffs from your teammates. Like, it's pretty fucking piss, guys. Not gonna lie. That's a bit weird, because I would have preferred this fight to be harder and actually have mechanics. Like if I needed to dodge those balls sometimes, or I don't know, like have a phase where it's like raining things from the sky and just need to dodge those. There was an ad that I had to CC, which was kind of nice, but maybe a night or else I need to like kill or something in time. Just some of these mechanics that it had in the Prey, it would have made more sense to put them into this battle, I think, rather than trying to get to this battle. Like, this battle was the easier part of the prey system, which is kind of not nice, I think. Also, I don't know. Okay, yeah. It's definitely different than I imagined. Yeah, what do you guys think of the prey system, guys? I don't know. This is the max difficulty I did, to be clear, yeah? Maybe they add another one on top in the future? I don't know. Could try another one and see. I can also do this 12 times, so I can get like 12 normal loot pieces in 1 week, I think. Or maybe it's like built up over the... weeks. Also, I don't know how often they refresh on the map. Maybe sometimes you need to do non-nightmare ones if you don't get them reset too often. So next time you do week 1 before raid opens and that's it. Yeah. I mean, could do it on alts, but not really. It's also like, it doesn't have to be for me as well, but I just didn't think the work quest part was that enjoyable. I'll give a... It's not a bug. I want to give feedback. Whatever. I want to begin a randomized hunt. Maybe do another one and see how that feels. Also a blood elf. Oh, it's the same thing actually. Okay. Prey Seeker's Champion Psych. Prey Seeker Journey. What about these bad boys? Same affixes every time. Yeah, I don't know if that's like being worked upon or something. Oh, this one is different. Okay, every nightmare one is the same, it seems. And there's like a Prey Guy's Journey thing as well. This is Remnant of Anguish. Such a Remnant of Anguish. Oh, I get like transmog stuff, I guess. Anguish Permeated Rune. A satchel of containing 10 champion dawn crests. What do we get? Anguish Permeated Rune. $50 remnants or anguish. How do I get this anguish permeated rune now? Construct. Oh, it's a save. That's right. Alright, Astral Sanctum, so I would be interested in this. Oh, maybe it's like a rare drop or something. I don't know. You can get a mount. Looks great. Little Prey Seeker. It's a pet, guys. Fast Riders Hunt Enchantment. What about this housing decor? Pineapple pizza. Okay. Yeah, my feedback would be definitely make the end boss harder, add some proper real mechanics, and make the work questing easier. And then we're chilling. Very different than what I imagined, though, this prey system. And I don't think it is... it's not horrible, but it's also definitely not better. If I do a hard one, I don't know. I don't want to do it, honestly.
And therefore a most enticing target.
I think if they cut the crap and just removed all of this work questing stuff, and literally just added a boss so you can fight in different zones every now and then. Maybe a lot of people do it more less frequently, and turn it into a proper boss fight, like the brawler skill type of thing. But like it takes like 4 or 5 minutes, and you have some mechanics to deal with, and you get champion gear. I think that would be perfect. Wouldn't call it prey because it wouldn't be hunting you, but it would be more like, oh, actually, it is my prey. Oh, okay, yeah, that would make sense still. I think all this workload shenanigans is just not really fun. Same category as Delves. Yeah, it's definitely trying to be catering to those people that really play Delves a lot. It's just... yeah, I mean, it's alpha, right? Like, maybe they're just gonna change a lot of the things. I would think they would. Like, if this ran live like this, that would be kind of crazy. That whole stacking damage taken increase thing and stuff that you can immune off as well. Like, what the fuck is happening? Yeah. Okay. They also put this 40 versus 40 battleground in the alpha, but I don't think this is playable. Actually, maybe you can do it with training grounds, but there you can only join one of these 3. Okay. Oh yeah. Is it a new season mount, or is this some old thing? I don't even know. Okay, I think last thing that is left for me in the Midnight Alpha right now, main thing is the bosses now. Just gotta study bosses all day and see what they do. They still didn't add anything for stage 2 onwards on this boss here. We're gonna have a case of Galavix here, bro. The end of the end. The bosses seem a lot more done than typical. Interestingly. Alright guys, I think I'm gonna peace out for today, and for tomorrow I'll think of something what we do. I don't know, maybe just full deep dive on the bosses, draw some strats and all of that. Because I think we are kind of done with the reacts. I don't know, but I'm sure there will be some videos. I didn't even like try to look at anything. There might be some cool other videos as well. Maybe we do a mixture, like do a boss, watch a video, do a boss, watch a video type of thing. Or for clear visual bosses. Yeah, we'll see about that. We shall see. And a DC anyways. It's kicking me out anyways, telling me to go fuck off. Okay, I will, dude. Alright, thank you for the stream. What's your verdict after today? For what? Verdict? Oh yeah, while you think of that, I'll do a G2A segment quickly, guys. As you know, also some updates on that, because some people have been asking me what's going on with our code. Our Echo code was no longer working, the 10%. We're gonna be we're gonna still have a code, but it's only gonna be 5%. So the landing page got updated as well. It was saying at 10 Echo, now it's Echo 5. Oh, and also it's updated with games that our players actually like as well, because some of it like it was quite outdated. So I asked our players what do they like, and they look, Fellowship is on here as well. And they told me what games they like, and we put it on there. Oh, FIFA! Actually, I forgot about this. Yeah, wait. Oh, it's a Steam account. Oh, never mind. I want to get this for PlayStation. Wait, did I type this down? this was mentioned, but I didn't think I sent this to G2A because I thought this was like such a niche game. Holy shit, Destiny 2. 3 USD, bro. What? That's crazy. Yeah. Anyways, guys, you know about G2A. Yeah, check out the games we enjoy. And if you're Factorio as well, this is something we might play, guys. I heard so many good things about Factorio, and actually it's quite cheap as well on GTA. But you gotta get the account. I guess the key isn't that cheap. But Destiny 2 is dead. People say that. I'm pretty sure when the new raid comes out, people are gonna play Destiny 2. I'm so sure of it. But we'll see. Yeah, and Silksong as well, of course. This is another game that I might just play if I have time. I'm between these 3 games here, mostly. Wait, this is 4 games. Never mind. Can't count. Anyways, you were saying what's your verdict after dungeons, etc. I mean, I didn't do any dungeons today, but I like the dungeons when I played them. It's definitely going to be different in an M+ setting. I was doing it with followers since there was not enough players. Raid, I have no idea. Prey system, I think, is kind of bad. Not gonna lie, guys. It's honestly just bad. I had low expectations as well, so I think it's not good. But they could improve it. There's definitely like the idea isn't horrible. It's just the implementation is very bad. And everything else about Midnight in general looking good. Anyways, thank you for the stream, and see you tomorrow. Bye bye.